Good afternoon, everyone. Um, we are welcome to the European Club Cup 2016 from Novi Sad, Serbia. Have International Master Miodrag Perunovic here. I'm FIDE Master Sotiris Logothetis. I will not occupy this chair for long. We are waiting for Canadian Grandmaster Eric Hansen to join us. He will be doing commentary with Miodrag. First of all, would like to apologize for a little technical problem with the embedding of this video on the Chess24 viewer that is being used for the live games. We are working to solve it. It should be solved pretty soon. We are confident. In the meantime, you can click on the link on the embedded video and well, if you're watching this on YouTube, but we are going to solve the problem with the embedding very soon. So as you may have noticed, this commentary starts with a slight delay as well as the games. There is a 15-minute delay in the transmission of the games and this broadcast for security reasons, but they are running concurrently, so you will not notice any discrepancies between what is discussed here and what is the moves that are being shown on your screen. So we're going to say a few things about the event, which starts today, and then we can move on to discuss the games of the first round. So Miodrag.
Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome all of you. Once again, my name is an international master, Miodrag Perunovic. I'll be hosting you for like next 7 days. I'm gonna do that mostly and occasionally with the Grandmaster Eric Hansen from Canada. And we will be analyzing games, make some interesting interviews. Of course, we'll be talking to guys who are watching this. I hope you'll be watching our commentating. Of course, right after we finish this introduction and the starting part, we're gonna start analyzing like concrete games. And Sotiris, feel free to say anything you like.
Okay, I'll give some technical information about the event since it's the first day. By the way, we're not going to bore you with all this information the next days. Just since it's the start, we can say a few things about the event. So this is the European Club Cup for 2016. It's taking place in Novi Sad in Serbia. Novi Sad is the second largest city of Serbia, I believe. Yes. Yeah.
Between second and third.
Okay, so this city has a long chess tradition. It hosted the Olympiad in 1990.
Yeah.
The European Team Championship took place in 2009, also in Novi Sad, and of course various other events in the past. The event, we have two separate events. We have the Open Championship and the Women's Championship taking place. The event lasts 7 rounds. Today is the first of 7 rounds, so every day at the same starting time. It's a Swiss system tournament for teams. In the open section, the teams have 6 players. In the women's section, they have 4. We have, I believe, 62 teams in the open section and 14 in the women's section. Okay, the time control is the usual time control for all these events, like 90 minutes for 40 moves, half an hour for the rest of the game, plus a 30-second increment from move 1 until the end of the game. The tournament is being hosted in Hotel Park in Novi Sad. It's maybe the most famous hotel of the city, 5-star hotel with a long tradition. There is even a Tito suite in the hotel, named after General Josip Broz Tito, who was leader of former Yugoslavia, for many, many years until his death in 1980. So big part of the tradition of. And of course, we are in a chess country. We should say this. Serbia and the other countries of former Yugoslavia, they have very long chess tradition. Okay, Miodrag knows more about this, I guess.
Definitely.
Definitely.
But
Okay, so more or less, okay, we have of course a lot of famous players here. We have, first of all, we have a world champion here, a world champion, women's world champion Hu Yifan from China, who is playing from the team of Monaco. Of course, we couldn't have the other world champion, Magnus Carlsen, because he's busy in New York right now, preparing for his World Championship match against Sergei Karyakin. Obviously, Sergei is not here as well. But we have former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, who is playing for the team of Siberia, who were the winners last year.
Yeah.
And many other
top 10 players.
top 10
Actually,
players.
top 10 and more than 150 GMs.
Yeah. Yes, so a number like 150 Grandmasters is obviously very impressive. There are some extremely strong teams with a rating average of well above over 2700. Maybe you should say a few things about the teams, the players who are here.
Well, I'd like to start first saying that in the men's section there will be like 42 teams, which is considered to be like a really big amount of teams for such competitions. We're going to talk about the more and more popular system. This tournament will be played in 7 rounds, which is way more attractive and better than playing like all those long tournaments of 9, 11, 13 rounds. And by the way, as you heard Satiris, it's possible even for players who are not NIAMs or GMs to get their norms in this kind of tournament. We have amongst those 42 teams Siberia, according to their average rating, they're 2745. Ex-world champion Vladimir Kramnik is playing the first board. Anish Giri is second. Grishchuk is third. Yevgeny Tomashevsky fourth. Li Chao fifth. And Anton Korobov sixth board with the substitutes of Roblevsky and Bocharov. It's an extremely strong team, and can you imagine just on the fifth board you have a player of 2730. So second team is Alkaloid. They're coming from Skopje, from Macedonia. Ding Liran is the first board, and Drakin, Elyanov, Yakovenko, Yu Yang Yui, Krivorochko, Nedev, and Panchevsky. Once again, we have like a big amount of amazing 2700 players. And all together with these teams, we have Padova with the third-rated player in the world. Recently, he was in second place, Wachiel Lagrave from France. Aronian, Gelfand, Leko, Bakrov, Vokaturo, David Alberto, and Werny. So then we have like Ben Sadnik, Swidler, Dominguez, Vityugov, Buxianji, Matlakov, Rochstein, Fedoseev, Harolin. I'm going to mention 2 more teams. Novi Bor from Czech Republic with an average rating of 2710. Hare Krishna, Wojtaszek, Navarashiro, Van Hau, Laznichka, Shashikiran, and Bartel. And Serbia is going to have like a very big competitor in this competition. We have Sveti Nikolai Srpski, Mamed Ravan first, Richard Rapper second, Morozovic third, and a bunch of Serbian best guys, Ivanišević, Markuš Perunović on 4th, 5th, and 6th, and Milanovic and Božić as substitutes for these teams. This is the men's section. So we have like these, once again, I'll repeat, 42 teams, like a really, really big amount of teams. All together with these teams, we have like 14 teams competing in the women's section. We have Circle de Czech Monte Carlo, and for this team we have some really good names. Of course, on the first board, women world champion Hu Yifan, Muzichukana, and ex-world woman champion Muzichuk Maria on third board, Pia Kramnik and Almira Skripchenko. Extremely strong team. They're, of course, according just to their rating, the first favorites. Then we have the Nona team, Jagnidze, Batsiashvili, Koranashvili, Salome Melia, and Mikadze. Also a pretty good team with a 24.54 average rating. And we have Yugra Yushenina, once again, ex-world champion, Pogonina, Makrochian, Lilith, Nechaeva, and Kovanova. I can list most of these teams, but we'll be talking about these teams during these live streams, and you'll be able to ask whatever you like, to come up with your questions. I'm talking about the people who are going to sit here in the press conference room, and I'm gladly going to answer on your questions while analyzing the games, or just informing you about the competition and actually anything you like.
Yeah, I'll just like to add a little more information. You can see our website at the bottom of the screen, and you can also see our Facebook page. We're going to be doing this commentary. I mean, Eric and Miodrag are going to be doing this commentary from an auditorium here in Park Hotel, with active participation of the crowd. We're currently we don't really have a crowd yet, because I guess everybody's interested in following the start of the tournament. But I guess pretty soon they will join us.
Actually, we do. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we just got a crowd.
Cheers.
The first two guys, our first two spectators. You can visit the Facebook page or the website for any information, lots of pictures from the event, and so on. Yeah, well, that's pretty much it. We're going to take a very short break in order to resolve a small technical issue, and then we'll be back with some game analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
Ready.
See you very soon. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm currently replacing Grandmaster Eric Hansen, just temporarily, I assure you. You will have the joy of having him with you a bit later. As we explained before, there is a little problem with the embedding of the video of YouTube on the viewer, but you can watch this by clicking on the link. You are watching this because you clicked on the link for YouTube. We do apologize about that. We're working on solving this problem, and I believe after the introductory speeches, it's possible to get to the chess. Yes?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so which game should we look at?
We're checking the game Mamedyarov against Korshunsky. At the moment, in the playing hole, Mamedyarov is the highest rated player. Also, it's especially interesting because of Serbian fans, because he's playing for a Serbian team, Valjevski Šah Club, and they have like high ambitions this year with Mamedyarov, Morozovic, and Ruppert on first three boards. So it's going to be very interesting competition for the Serbian club. They played at the Rush opening. Mamedyarov came up in the sixth move with not that common possibility, bishop g5. Basically, this move is, of course, one of the possibilities in this position, but of course the most common move is g3. Bishop g5 idea behind this move is just to trade off the dark square bishops, because afterwards he just wants to exert some pressure against the isolated pawn on d5. And exactly, his opponent played bishop e7. Apart from bishop e7, I believe a move that's the main move, but there are moves that could also... Okay, he's provoking some weaknesses. If a black plays f6 or queen a5, knight f6, the knight would be just pinned by the queen. So he played bishop e7, Mamedyarov traded off this and took on c5. It's, of course, the most common possibility here altogether with d3. He opted for the d takes c5. Right now he's threatening to play e3, so that's why his opponent tried to get rid of the isolated pawn, playing the d4 himself. He played the knight e4, threatening knight e6 check, castles, and here we've got a game. Actually, the game stops here. It's Mamedyarov who's thinking about the possibilities. There are three typical ideas here: knight f to d2, knight e d2, or g3. Well, he's gonna try to keep the pawn up on c5 also. If he manages to start pushing and connect his pawns with a3 and b4 afterwards, would be nice. Of course, he'll be trying to just complete his development with some g3, bishop g2, short castle before that. So yeah, white is doing okay. We have a high rated player having white pieces, so this shouldn't be a problem. Opening went really well for white, I'd say, and if I was in his place, I'd be very satisfied with this position. Apart from this game, I'd like to now go to the game of a second rated player. It's the Ding Liran against Arnd Lauber. Ding Liran 2753, extremely strong Chinese, and they played some Queen's Indian, bishop a6, b3, and Lauber Arnd went for the d5. Is here for black. I believe this is going to be an interesting game because black opted for playing with the hanging pawns. So I'm just making these moves a little bit faster. threatening rook c1, threatening the knight b5, and we knight a4. He's now pretty much focused his attention on exerting the pressure against the c5 and d5 pawns, threatening to take on c5. Black is gonna have, especially when you play against like such a strong and high-rated player, you have like lots of tasks to do in terms of defending these hanging pawns. So it's not gonna be an easy game here. But of course, if Black manages to push some d4 somehow and to complicate a game, then it's gonna turn out to be good. Although with this existing position, with this double fianchettoed bishops, knights on f3 and knight on a4, I prefer slightly white's position. It's kind of normal, more or less normal position, so ideas could be either to break these pawns. Of course, white is having plans like knight h4, knight f5. I'm definitely trying to attack the d5 pawn. Knight f4, just what he did. He's just trying to put some focus on the c5 pawn. Afterwards, if the rook comes if the black's rook comes to c8, supposingly that black is going to play some knight e6 defending the c5 pawn, white can have some ideas with bishop h3, but just like I told you, the idea by black could be to push some d4 with a good game in that case. Although if I had to choose side, I definitely, without any hesitation, always choose the whites. Let's move to the next one.
Okay.
And we're gonna move to the game played that is played between Navarra and Mayor Alexander from Switzerland.
Yeah, he's from Switzerland, Alexander. He's half Greek, actually.
So
yeah.
So your origins.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a typical Philidor defense, Philidor exchanged. Like, I'm just going to replay and to play out this move slowly just to see the opening part. So the main line here by far is knight bd7. The guy captured on d4, playing the exchange line of the Philidor defense, and played the g6. This is another like less played variation in comparison with the move bishop e7 followed by short castle. He's doing this kind of dragon Philidor with a bishop and g6, bishop and g6, bishop and g7, short castle, rook on e8, and black is gonna finally try to break at some point in the center. Navarre is going for a typical, at first a typical English setup. He is defending the pawn on e4, then he put a bishop on g5. Although black immediately went for the d5 reacting in the center, so this is going to be an interesting game, and I can expect a game full of excitement. Because, for example, if he goes for knight fd7, white has two possibilities: either to defend this pawn structure and to connect the pawns with f4, or to push the e6. So it's okay position, more or less. Once again, if I had to choose the side, definitely I'd be white. Tomaszewski against Lars Oskar Hauge. So we're seeing the King's Indian here. We're having the King's Indian game.
Yeah, well. Excuse us.
And it's the King's Indian with the h3, one of the main lines by black. A5, knight a6, with a typical setup for black. He's just trying to move the knight from a6. Another one is going to try to...
Hold on. Excuse us for this very, very short break. It was some technical issue. We're resolving them. It will be fine from now on. Sorry. So, Miodrag, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I've been talking about the...
You've been talking about the whole give me 1 second, and I will.
In the meantime, I'll be talking about the game between Tomaszewski and
Okay, so here we are. So
Lars Oskar Hauge. They played the King's Indian. Tomaszewski went for the line h3. It's a very nice idea against the King's Indian. It's a very sharp thing.
it's very popular in the last few years.
It's very popular in the last couple of years, yeah. Andreikin uses this opening on like regular basis. It's famous mostly according to Polish Grandmaster Krasenko, who started out this opening like 20 years ago, and it became very popular. The main idea by White is for White to push the g4 move and stop on a long term the major black's idea, and the major black's idea in the King's Indian is of course f5. That's why the black played knight e7, maneuvering with this knight. Black is trying to do here very interesting idea. He's trying to move the knight from f6 to d7 and c5. The knight will try from a6 to go on b4, and he wants to break on the king's side with f5, capturing eventually by bishop and taking control over the light squares. Of course, Tomaszewski stopped this idea, even preparing himself for playing b4 at some point. So knight b6 defending this rook and making b4, at least for a moment, not being playable. And now he's playing the rook g1, preventing the f5, because in that case he would just take and play the bishop h6, followed by knight g5 ideas. So after bishop d7, here we go. We have theoretical position, what is just slightly better out of the opening, but I wouldn't be unsatisfied with the black's game here as well, although there's a long way to go in this game, so we'll just have to wait a lot more. I'll go with the next game. Rajabov against Simon Commerson. Rajabov is playing a very nice opening, very nice game here. This variation became so popular lately. It's the Scandinavian with the queen d6. Everything thanks to GM Tiviakov from Netherlands. Nowadays, I see lots of GMs, even on top levels, are using this queen d6 thing, and according to some latest databases and modern fashionable trends in chess, this queen d6 is way more popular than the classical queen a5. So let me just show you the opening. They play the Scandinavian. Knight c3, queen d6, d4, knight f6, and he went for the knight f3. Of course, there are three options here for black: g6, c6, and a6. Simon Commerson guy opted for g6 and knight b5. It's just one of the options. Of course, white can go for bishop e2 for h3, but one of the most solid options here for white is removing the queen with a tempi in order to allow himself to push the pawn to c4. So this is good idea, taking some space advantage, and after this bishop f4, forcing the knight to go on a pretty bad square on an a6, defending the c7 pawn. And of course, now in this situation, he plays the c3. After c3, he's gonna go with Peter Lako's idea. I've realized he played it a couple of years ago here, putting the knight back to a3, goes to c4, and eventually this knight will end up on e5, fighting for the center, or just the knight is transferring to c4, from where it's going to hold the e5 square and going to take like a very good control of the center. After bishop g7, bishop e2, castles, c6, knight a3, knight c7, knight c4, knight e5, bishop e5. For example, for all of you viewers who don't know what to do against the Scandinavian, this is like a very, very interesting approach. I believe it's very positional, very playable. very smooth, and white seems to know what he's doing here. I like white's position, and that's exactly the main point of this opening. So I like to move on. I like to move on to the next game with Yugov Fagin. We're checking this game. This was a Steinitz French variation, knight c3, knight f6. Of course, white has two possibilities here, bishop g5 and d5. He opted for e5, knight d7, and f4. This is one of possibilities. Of course, the most common ones. It's the most solid. F4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop to e3. Okay, in this variation also gained some popularity lately. It's the variation where white has a pretty good results and a pretty good game. Okay, Carlsen played some games with the black pieces and won there, but I guess whatever Carlsen does, he's gonna win. So d takes c5. You know, one of the main ideas here by white is just to trade off queens and play like slightly better endgame. That's exactly what happened here. I mean, that's one of the possibilities and the ideas in this position. White is going for the bishop f2. It's also one of the possibilities and one of the typical ideas. He wants to make castle. Otherwise, he had problems with bishop being tied up there on e3. So bishop went on f2. And he's now preparing himself to make sure Castlin to complete his development. So, amongst many possibilities, I believe that bishop f2 is the one that probably white should like so much, because exchanging and trading the queens off in this position is like a very good position. By the way, one advice for all of you here, black is, even though he proposed to take on d3, because after c takes d3, white would take control along the c file and would maneuver his knight via e2 to d4, controlling the center, and the rest of the game would be based on exchanging the knights and playing the better knight against the light square bishop that eventually goes either to d7 or b7. So we're just going to continue analyzing these top games.
We see today there are a lot of games between very strong grandmasters and less.
Lower rated guys.
It's kind of interesting, huh? It's such games, they are instructive.
We're expecting so many nice, easy, and short wins. Even though we have some respect for these low rated guys, but okay, we just have like typical expectations in such competitions.
Okay, obviously, yes. It's never easy. Huh?
It's never easy. Yakovenko is playing Polzin. We're going to check that game. It was once again the King's Indian with the h3. Once again, the line we spoke about that gained some popularity, especially in the last few years, and now from the h3.
Actually, it's the most popular opening in this transmission already.
Already. We have it already in a couple of games. But you see, it's played by Tomaszewski and now by Yakovenko, so it's very popular in Russia. I know that Andreikin is doing this line also.
Yes, also Ryazantsev has played some games.
Current
Yakovenko has played this before. I can recall some of his games.
Exactly. So, yeah, it started like a typical King's Indian position, but black played the c5, transposing the game into a type of Benoni. This is a good chess thing. For example, right now we have Benoni, and after d5, e6, bishop d3, e takes. Okay, we definitely have one of the lines in Benoni. I just wanted to say that at some point, instead of this, white could have played some c takes d5 with the idea of preventing the b5 and the pawn advance on the queen side with a b5 with a4. It would be another typical approach, but he went for e takes d5 line, limiting the light square bishop on c8. So the here, all opening choice and a point by white is based on controlling and limiting the light square bishop. So this bishop cannot go to either e6, f5, or g4, and until the rest of the game, black should have lots of problems. This is an interesting move because an interesting line could be what happens if knight takes on b5. In that case, black would go with some bishop a6, queen a5, or queen d7 line, and black would have some problems. Sorry, white would have some problems completing his development here. He would have some problems completing his development here. That's why he opted taking by pawn, and this is very interesting position because looks like okay, he's threatening a3, but black also has some of interesting ideas here. For example, to break on the queen side with a6, to play the queen a5, to play bishop b7, going against the d5 pawn. This could be a very interesting game. And
actually, I know Rainer Polzin personally. I know he's not very active as a player because he's a successful lawyer. He works.
He's my colleague.
Yeah, okay. Well, so anyway, I know he works as a lawyer. He doesn't play much, but okay, he's not a player to be underestimated, and he has beaten some very strong players in the past.
Definitely, judging by the opening outcome, I very much like black's position. Okay. So this could be an interesting game.
Okay, let's look at one more game and then take a short break.
Yeah, we'll just go to the game of Wang Hao.
Lots of Chinese players here.
Lots of Chinese. Ding Liren, Wang Hao, Li Chao, Bu Xianji,
yeah.
Yu Yangyu, exactly. So
we have, and of course Wu Yifan.
Ho Yifan, of course, world champion. Course. We have.
Yeah.
So very, very, very interesting competition. It's gonna be, you know, apart from the best players in the world, we don't have here 6 players only. We have amongst top 100 players.
So Carlsen, Karyakin, obviously.
Carlsen, Karyakin, you're gonna join these guys. And there are like players like Topalov, Nakamura, Caruana, and there is one more guy who's gonna play in St. Louis in 3 days, starting from the 11th. I said, yeah. Okay,
but anyway, pretty much everyone else is here.
Pretty much everyone else is here. Yeah, it's extremely strong competition, and it's going to be very, very intense.
I guess from the 3rd round and on, it will be clashes between super grandmasters all the time.
We're going to be
boards.
Witnesses of some really great games.
By the way, I would like to mention that the 15 top matches of the Open section are transmitted live. And also the entire women's section, which is currently having a small technical problem related to internet connections, and they are working to solve it. It should be recovered shortly. Okay, so what about the game?
This is extremely interesting game, and I don't want to sound like I don't want to underestimate the guy with the black pieces, but this is a known line in the Dragon with an early knight takes d4 against the ninth move along castle, bishop e6, king b1 in order to stop the queen a5, queen c7 in order to play rook f c8 followed by queen a5, h4 with h5 idea. That's what he did, and after queen a5, black was threatening here to take on c3. Of course, h takes a3, rook a b8, and now a very important move to connect his pieces on the back rank and to definitely prepare himself for the attack. Bishop d3, completing his development, and the last piece. Black went for b5 and queen g5. It's interesting, but this variation is considered to be very bad for black. So even though I'm not checking the engine in this position, I know that this is bad and that in my opinion and according to my predictions, Wang Hao shouldn't have a serious problem with these games. He went for the queen c7, for example. This queen g5 move is of extreme importance here. It stops the b4 by black, which is initially the black's main idea. It of course gives black to double his rooks along the h file with a rook h4 and rook h1. He's threatening to break in the center with e5, but mainly the idea behind the queen g5 is preventing the b4, and at some point focusing on the g6 pawn. After he breaks with e5, he's gonna threaten to sack his bishop on g6. So after queen c7, he went for e5, and this is already a big problem according to analysis. D takes e5, bishop e5, queen c5, and f4 is considered to be already almost a winning for white. If not winning, it's much better for sure. So we have some really good games here.
Yeah, pretty interesting, certainly. Okay, so let's take a short break and we'll come back with more action. With you shortly.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to apologize for making this short break. I'd like to welcome Grandmaster Eric Hansen from Canada. He's now officially here with us.
Happy to be here, guys, for the next few days. I think first time in Serbia and first time at the European Club Cup, so pretty exciting for me. Really nice playing hall, and I haven't really checked the games today yet, Miodrag, but a lot of my favorite players were playing, which is why I already have a game that I'm not sure if you covered. But one player who's always very interesting to me is Najdic, whether he's going to play really bad or really well. Very unstable player, but when he's in good form, he's one of the best.
Wow, we're just having some really good moves here.
So, just as I was talking about that, rook takes e5 happened. So, let's go from the start. I just want to see what happened. First round, you get to see these 500-point matchups. See what the top players prepare when they play somebody much weaker. Okay, Rosalimo, BC6, very topical these days. E5, that's not the most well-known move. It's playable, but white, yeah, usually knight f6 is played here, or even sometimes knight h6 and f6. But the point is white is opening up the position against the two bishops, but black has some structural problems with this d7 pawn, c6. He wants to play d5 eventually, but then c6 becomes weak. So it's just a little slow to get those bishops really active. As we'll see in the game, knight c3, if you were to play d5 as black here, you have to watch out bishop g5.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's just one move too slow. They might still both be even in theory here, but that's why white can get away with this this opening of the center. Rook b8, e5. So he's not in time. Maybe d6 had to have been played, but bishop g5 is still with tempo. So e5.
Well, the major idea about black should be to play d5 or to somehow open up the game for his bishops, I guess.
Yeah. No, once e5 happens, this is a pretty common structure. The e5 pawn controls black's idea very naturally, because now you don't want to play d5 as much. You're left with this isolated pawn. So it looks like a case where Arkash just got a very comfortable edge from the opening, and as we see in a few more moves, bishop e3.
I believe this is already a great position for white.
Yes. Although I'm wondering, if queen c7 here, what's the idea? Maybe just rook c1 sort of thing?
I guess so.
Queen c7, rook c1. I mean,
Queen
I'm a
c7,
bit
maybe
surprised.
knight b5, rook c1.
Knight b5, queen b6.
Yeah, rook c1, you're right.
It looks like that might have been just a better try anyways for black, though, because after bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, bishop e5, bishop c5, this is nice for white, just a better pawn structure. Just a much better pawn structure, and the pin caused by the bishop on c5 is extremely annoying. As we see here, d6, rook 81, everything's with tempo, and for a very active tactical player like Najdic, these moves are second nature to him. He doesn't have to think at all. Rook 81, now rook takes e5, threat, queen c7,
But
rook
he
takes
came-
e5 anyways, and after the very natural here, probably d takes. Well, actually, what do you do? Do you take? If you take back on c5, I expect probably just rook to e2 and maybe just play with a bit of a better structure, or even potentially rook d1 to e1.
But let's explain first what happens in case of d takes e5.
If d takes e5, he's going to be playing bishop d6 first.
Yeah. Queen
b7.
Queen b7.
And after queen
You
b7,
can make the moves.
bishop here, queen b7. I was thinking at first his idea is he's not going to take the exchange right away. Maybe some
No.
move like queen f6, but
Queen f6, knight c6, knight e5 maybe.
yeah, well, with queen f6, I'm just curious, just this move. But with the open D file,
But in that case, bishop e5.
bishop e5. Yeah, that's right. That just wins on the
Yeah.
spot. Bishop e5 is bishop e5 is just the very
Yeah.
very strong threat.
Spirit wins over material. We don't want to get the material back. We just want to mate the guy.
Well, this is a big problem because you can't put your queen on d7. You can put it on d8, but after d8, bishop takes e5. You're hitting the queen and still hitting the rook. So at the minimum, you might be threatening queen f6 with this
Exactly.
checkmate, but otherwise you're winning a pawn. Bishop c5. I mean, this is the idea. Queen f6.
This is almost winning, yeah.
No other move. Queen b7, queen f6, knight c6, and now you were suggesting knight e5.
Yeah, why not?
So knight e5, let's say rook d8. I'm not sure which rook.
Because I have an option of taking on d8, f8 or b8 whenever I like. Uh-huh.
That makes those lines were just way too dangerous.
Okay.
This position, I guess we can't. Queen f6 is once again a normal
Absolutely.
threat because the one problem with a move like rook e2 and saying, hey, white has a better structure long term is black is getting way too active. Potentially, you don't want to maybe allow knight f5 or knight c6, knight d4. Queen f6 just seems very concrete. The knight can't go to c6.
Knight c6 doesn't work in a view of rook c5.
Rook
Yeah.
e8 doesn't
Yeah.
work. And if something like this, we have the very easy knight d5.
Maybe even
and
rook
takes
f5. Rook f5,
Or rook
f5
f5.
first.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
the knight e5. Yeah,
Rook
exactly.
f5.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
So this is against, I believe, a player from the club, the Smashing Pawns from Luxembourg. I think that's...
Yeah, but wait a sec. Maybe here in this position they can play rook d8 and you cannot take because of checkmate. But okay, you'll move your rook to d3 and it's the matter of time. Yeah, it's winning.
So that's... Okay, yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, we're being maybe even a little sloppy here. We could play rook d3, but this sort of idea...
This is a good
If I
game.
want to be even more correct, I might even almost play g4 and do the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d5 and g4.
Absolutely.
Um,
Yeah, g4, like you said, yeah. Followed by 95, 97. This is almost winning game. This is a nice game by white.
what team does Nidich play on? Because he used to be on Sokar, but that team has collapsed. They were pretty much one of the biggest clubs in the world
Yeah.
from Azerbaijan. He plays for Azerbaijan, but that team isn't playing this year.
That's soccer's second team. I just spoke about that previously. I even mentioned it him.
Have you seen this game at Lakov Klein?
No. So it's
So this is a
something
St.
new.
Petersburg club, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nice because I think, from what I know, all those guys, a lot of the guys on that team are good friends, and that's not necessarily very common in chess. But a few of those guys they all work with Peter Svidler, who is kind of like the leader of St. Petersburg.
So it's a good chemistry
The
between
chemistry
the guys.
it looks like they have good chemistry. They work together on chess, they travel together.
I believe it's the most important thing.
Yeah. For a team event, I experienced that this year at the Olympiad as well. So let's fast forward here.
Mm-hmm.
Playing a 2300, so not a pushover by any means. And okay, if we get to the current position, I won't even go from the start. We had the knight on a6 is the first thing that jumps out to me. I don't like the knight on a6. I like the knight on e2 for white. That's going to go to f4, d4, which both put pressure on e6, one of the weak points. f4 makes more sense because you have to defend e5 still with your bishop. But otherwise, I'm not liking this knight on a6. I like white's position here.
White is definitely, in my opinion, even maybe
Much better?
He's probably going to use some knight b8, knight e7, or knight c6 ideas, but white is going to play knight d4. But in that case, e5 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't play knight d4 right
That's
away.
why I said knight to f4.
Because you can't play g5. G5 is very typical.
Then knight h5, knight f6.
Yeah, and that's not usually as black. You don't want to allow this structure because the knight's very, very effective on f4. The pawn on e5 is just great. I can see some positions, maybe bishop to d4, queen to d2, queen d2, knight f4, bishop d3. You can double on the c file. You can play both sides of the board very easily. Black can't do the same. The bishop on b7 is not too happy here. Knight on a6. What do you do with the knight on a6? It's a worse piece. Well, one way, you pretty much have to play knight b8. Unless you play bishop b8 and knight c7, but what is a knight doing on c7, or what does it plan to do? Does it have a good path? And I don't see that. The most what I see is knight b8, knight d7 as maybe a natural regrouping, but I mean, Matt Lakoff here has to be very happy.
Yeah.
Who do you think, I don't know if you discussed it, but who's your favorite to win the event?
Well, I like Paravatim very much from Italy. On the first board, they have Ashia. Ashia is like third player according to rating in the world. Then they have Aronian. It's extremely strong team in my opinion. Of course, Siberia is strong. They won this competition last year. It's going to be very intense. What do you think? And yours?
Siberia is one of my picks. Padova, they've had a strong team for a few years, but the problem is they're not too strong on the lower boards.
Yeah.
And there's Russian teams with 2700s on the lower boards, so I wouldn't put them near the top, just because I think they really need an amazing performance from Aronian and MVL, which is possible, but there are six players per match, right?
Yeah,
6 boards.
Exactly.
So having three let's say lower rated ones. Also, they have Gelfand, and it depends how he plays, because he played quite poorly recently at the Tal Memorial. On the other hand, he won against Anarkiev in a match, so he doesn't play much, and his results are very mixed. Same with Peter Leko. He hardly plays, and his results haven't been too good. But those guys, if they do end up playing, then their top 4 boards are the strongest out of any team, in my opinion. Leko, Gelfand, Aronian, and Maxime. If they're all in good form, okay, this team is crazy strong, but that hasn't been happening lately. So I have Siberia as the most solid, but teams like St. Petersburg are always very competitive with them because of things like chemistry. So, but probably a Russian team there. How's Alkaloid?
Alkaloid is second team by average, 27-41, I believe. I've been just talking about that a couple of teams here have Chinese on the 5th board. For example, Yu Yangyu 27-30, Li Chao 27-25, or the opposite. These guys playing on the 5th board, it's those teams are just so strong. So I don't know. Yeah, Alkaloid is a strong team.
So what happened here is he played f4, and that's a very easy move to understand.
Exactly.
Now he does want to put the knight on d4.
Definitely.
He wouldn't take away a square from his knight unless he was sure there was another square. He's going to play probably knight d4, something like knight d4.
Threatening knight c6 or queen a4.
Knight d4, queen a4, bishop d3 sort of moves. Knight c6 as well. Mm-hmm. So I'm expecting a continuation like knight b8, because what else for black? I'm happy to look at other counterplay. I'm just not happy. I just don't see what the active plan there. Knight here, and you're almost looking like moves like queen d7, because in a move like this, let's say knight c6. Although I like the knight so much, I wouldn't do that. I would throw in a move like queen a4 first, or maybe
I'm thinking even about some ideas. Knight b5, knight e6.
Knight b5 and knight d6 at
maybe
a certain
first
point, maybe queen d4 here.
Queen d4 first, followed by knight a6, exactly.
Something like this. We have to be a little bit careful, but a lot of good options, which is why we think this position is very good for white. But even knight c6, which I wouldn't do. That's such a nice knight on c6. This bishop on c7 is really poor. So okay, he did something different, but now you probably want to move your queen so that after rook c1 you can take back with another rook. The bishop's not particularly good there. The knight's not good there because it wants to go to d4. So here is especially a time where queen b3 or queen a4 looks quite natural. So some possible continuation, rook c1, rook c1, rook c8. Black, what to do, because you're just suffering here. And now it'd be up to white to decide: do I trade even more and still go into a good endgame, but At the same time, it's easier for my opponent to let him trade off pieces, like some continuation, like rook c8, bishop c8, knight d4. I like white, but he has such a nice position that it's hard for me to figure out if this is really an improvement or not. This bishop is still really bad. This knight is still really bad. These minor pieces are going to be quite effective. When the bishop goes to d3, the bishop on b2 would like to be on h4 or something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's really the right plan, so maybe he does have to think here because he wants. I mean, the low-rated player, one idea there is to just. I mean, they're going to make a mistake at some point. This position is a really uncomfortable position, and not allowing them to trade off pieces is going to.
He's gonna try to trade off pieces, thinking that exchanging pieces should help him to equalize the game. But on the opposite here, if you trade off pieces along the c file, the position is just getting harder. So this is good position for white.
Well, it's a good position, but would you trade on the c file? Because it's a good position in every variation. It's a static advantage, but
Yeah.
if you trade the rooks, what's your winning plan? If I don't trade the rooks, we have ideas I know you might like to play even knight d4 and g4
Absolutely.
at some point, and
With
that's only going to
yeah.
happen with more pieces on the board.
Yeah. But okay, in such position,
Actually,
it looks too risky to do that.
Well, actually, I mean,
Rook takes c1, okay, rook c8.
you like to play moves like g4 and queen c2,
Mm-hmm.
g6, and you're holding on. You're holding on. You could trade here, and this is still a very bad bishop on c8 and a bad bishop on b8. But as I'm saying, it's Matlakov is a very solid player. I
Okay,
expect him to
but
go for some comfortable edge.
At a moment, we open up the g file, which could give some counter
It
chances
could give
for
some
black.
counterplay. It could give
So
some counterplay.
probably he should avoid this crazy stuff like like you said I used to do.
Well, but I think, do you keep the rook on f1 or do you allow trades on the c file? Because if you keep the rook on f1, you should just play rook takes c1 now. Your knight wants to go to d4, your bishop wants to stay on b2. You don't want black to just play rook c8, and our queen is not particularly good on c1. So for example, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, g4, not g. Okay, I'm thinking about g4 just
Do
because
you
I
know
like
what
those
kind of idea maybe I have? Queen a4 followed by bishop d3, and when you try to trade off the rooks, I might just move my rook from the c file.
I'm gonna play here.
Uh-huh.
I'm just gonna try to trade.
Maybe
It's not good.
first bishop to d3.
First bishop to d3, and now that's gonna give black time to play knight here.
Yeah, but in that case,
Or even this move, queen to d7. Let's
yeah,
say.
this one doesn't look.
Queen to
doesn't look that
d7,
convincing.
knight d4, threatening maybe bishop e5, knight c7. It still looks horrible to me. Actually, maybe what's wrong? This bishop d3 has to be played at some point. So what he did, do you think he's going to put the bishop to c1? That's what makes sense to me. And he's going to put it to d2 and maybe reroute it at some point. Maybe bishop d2, queen h5.
Maybe some b5 followed by bishop before, but it would be too
The
much
knight is so
concession.
bad on a6. We don't want to give it c5.
Yeah,
But
mostly.
maybe now queen h5, bishop d2, queen h5, and you're going to provoke weaknesses without
You want to
necessarily
go on
playing.
the other side of the board.
Because what I like is a c file couldn't be taken, for example, rook c8, bishop d2, but there are
Mhm.
no useful entry squares. So after knight c7, queen h5. Or even if the knight stays on a6 and black has this c files, I think it's symbolic, because just
Yeah.
g4 now or queen h5, and where's that rook going to c4? If it goes to c4, I'll play bishop to d3 immediately and be very happy. So
Also probably king going at some point with a queen on h5 going to f2, playing the rook g1 and g4.
yeah,
Because the rook on c file cannot reach the queen side on any of these squares. I'm talking about the c3, c2, and c1 squares. Yeah, okay. This game
could
is...
be a game to follow, kind of instructive to see how to cash in your advantage as white in these sort of stonewall structures. But I don't think you should trade everything off. So
Yeah.
he's keeping the rook on f1, I'm guessing. We're going to check back on that later, but I wouldn't be surprised to see queen h5, g4, some sort of rook lift, or rook f2, h3, g4, then rook g2,
Mhm.
any of these sort of ideas. But black's bishops and that knight on a6 are really, really decentralized and
You know what?
ineffective.
Sorry for interrupting. During this stream, I was checking the game played by Ding Liran. He's playing the Dragon variation, very instructive one. Very
I
nice.
got it up. Yep.
Yeah, against the hanging pawns. And I very much like what he's doing in this game. He's playing against the hanging pawns. And at the beginning of this stream, I just said it's going to be very difficult for black to handle this, defending these pawns on c5 and d5. Did you see that? 91, rook e2, rook d2. This is very nice idea.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with hanging pawns is if you're a really, really good player, you can handle them. But for most players, it's kind of like an isolated pawn.
Absolutely.
It's much easier to play on the other side. And you show up to Serbia in round one, you're playing black. You have hanging pawns, you're playing Ding Liran. I mean, it's a really good experience. I wish I was playing.
Mhm.
But it's also not such a comfortable thing to endure because you have to play very precise. One of the most precise games I've seen in the hanging pawns, because I think white does quite well, is I believe last year Wesley So lost as white to Neidich in Dortmund, and that's sort of the Neidich is he can play very accurately in sort of these imbalanced positions, but it's not a common trait among chess players to be very well versed in hanging pawns. I recently tried to study it a bit more because I feel like I've also been a bit weak there. But in this position, yeah, what can we say? White has all the white's targeting c5, d5, and black doesn't know.
He's
what's the point of
threatening
penetration.
at some point bishop f6, bishop a3. He's got the knight a3 exerting the pressure on the c5, knight a3, knight f4 at some point, bishop a3. So many good ideas and.
So this is a good move.
Okay, but in case he goes with some d4 at some point with a rook e1, knight f3, some crazy stuff.
No, he's just going to play knight g5 to e4.
Okay. Yeah.
And then maybe h5, h4. I mean, this is just a tactical reply to white's pressure. Is that okay? If you play bishop takes d5, bishop d5, rook d5, I do have this check. Although, and you know, after king g2, queen f2 doesn't lead to some sort of checkmate probably, but knight f2 with tempo, the knight goes back to e4. But and black is okay there because they're trading weaknesses. White's advantage was he had a very solid, easy to play position. But what's come to my attention is it might not be in this particular position, but in some structures I've seen a positional exchange sacrifice: rook d5, bishop d5, queen d5.
Yeah,
you have an amazing bishop on g2. You have a much better structure, and you have a knight and a pawn. If you win that second pawn, then it's like you have just a better position.
Yeah.
As it is now, I think it's imbalanced, but what I didn't like about this was rook d8 and rook d2. Otherwise, aesthetically, this looks like full compensation to me because at some point I'm going to play h4. This knight's going to have to retreat, and there's white just has domination over the light squares.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's like a positional idea. I'm not sure.
It's nice for the viewers to see just an idea like this.
What I'm just worried about is
even though it doesn't work.
D2. Yeah, that's probably the problem. That's likely the problem is rook d8, rook d2. But if you don't do this, and he's probably not going to do it, just because I mean the stronger players are going to leave the tension until they see something really good. They're not impatient at all. I'm impatient. They're not, especially Ding. He's a grinder. But this is asking a question because. To me, it looks like white has almost all of his pieces ideally placed, except for the knight on e1. Everything else is good. The knight on e1 can't find what's the ideal square for that knight on e1. If you're white, you're trying to
f4.
Play a model game. It's f4.
But he doesn't have time to put it in f4 yet. Maybe he does. Knight d3, knight e4, rook dc2.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though you do everything, I mean, I'm exerting pressure on the c5. I'm going to transfer this knight to f4. Well, this looks reasonable.
It looks reasonable. The only thing is you need to be a little, I'm trying to say tactically sound, because there's sometimes moves like this, which are extreme. Oh, that's hanging piece.
But the hanging piece,
That's jet lag. That's each day. This is. I just got to Serbia a couple of days ago. I'm allowed a few moves for jet lag.
Yeah.
Today
of course.
I'm allowed the most, and then tomorrow hopefully less. and
Guys,
less.
we're allowing
Night,
him to.
night G4, night G4. Nobody saw that.
But wait a sec. Speaking of jet lag and coming here to Serbia, can you tell us our expressions about this? You're staying in Serbia. How do you like it here? You're here for more than 3 days. Tell me more about it.
Yeah. Well, I decided to come to Serbia for fun, pretty much. I learned chess from Serbians back in Canada. I'm from Calgary. I grew up with Serbians. My godfather is Serbian, and apparently that means something different in Serbia. But anyways, a very close family friend is Serbian, who's pretty much like a second father to me. So I had a lot of Serbian culture around me and chess influence, despite being from Canada. And finally, thought it was time to make the trek across the ocean, across Western Europe to the Balkans, and see some friends, some chess friends as well in Serbia. But I always had an interest in the culture because of that, and so I was going to come here either way. And when I saw there's going to be a big event going on, because there's not as many big events in Serbia as there used to be, this one caught my eye, and
exactly.
I was like, this is the one to make it to, because this doesn't happen every year or every 5 years in the region. So that's why I'm here. I've had a good time so far. Good hospitality, and friendly local people. So I can say it's.
Basically, you like it very much.
I like it. I like it a lot.
What do you have to think about that, man?
I'm not gonna say I like it very much. I'm gonna wait a few days before giving it a 5-star rating. But
You're
it's cool.
supposed to.
You're gonna have to do a few more things for me before I'm going to. I'm tough. I'm a tough critic. So, but it's good. There's a lot of chess going on right now, so it's nice to be at one of the events.
Yeah, it's gonna be special intense in like a couple of days when strong guys start facing each other. So it's gonna be very, very interesting.
I guess this is critical, though. I mean, if the bishop on b7 was protected, I would play d4 immediately as black with some tactical. And he played knight d3.
He played knight e3,
which makes sense because the other moves, you've already maximized all your other pieces. Knight d3.
Going after the c5 pawn, he has to play knight e4 now.
He has to. There's no
but
way.
But maybe
to
not
it.
knight g5 e4. Maybe knight f6 e4 followed by
queen d7 or
queen d7, some knight h3. I want to go with some tactics. This
is
hanging pawn position, so I have to do something crazy.
Yeah, black can't sit in hanging pawn positions. His counterplay is the activity of his pieces, and the activity of his pieces is good. Hanging pawns give you a lot of space. They're just unstable. So rook c2.
I see nothing else.
And
queen d7.
but queen d7.
Let's say you take.
Tempo.
Let's say you take it. Bishop takes.
Knight takes.
Maybe rook takes.
Okay.
And knight h3. But I cannot manage.
Well.
No.
Yeah, I could even take
no,
it.
No,
right?
no, no, no.
I could just take it.
I'm not managing this.
Yeah, it's not even close. Actually, that's
right.
not even a close variation. But this is just a serious threat. If c5 falls, the game is over, right?
Yeah.
That's black's left an isolated pawn. He'll be down a pawn. Everything falls. So it's this is where, I mean, black anticipated this. So we haven't looked at the game as much as these players have. I assume there's a fighting reply here. If knight e4, this other knight. What's good about this other knight is f3 is not a move you want to play as white.
Yeah.
After rook here, if black can defend with one more piece. Is he okay?
Maybe
so, for
h5,
example,
but okay, c5 is hanging here.
Let's say queen a5.
Queen a5. Yeah, he has to do something like this, threatening the. Well,
I mean,
even
it would be nice to play
c4.
bishop a3, but that's when the tactics come, like c4, right?
Yeah.
And when the tactics come, black is usually doing good, but when it's just a slow positional game, white is increasing his advantage and taking away counterplay. So queen a5. Queen a5 makes a lot of sense. It's the only move almost. And maybe now I want to play bishop a6 and bishop b5.
But wait a sec. Can
you take on f6?
On f6 and take on... No. Yes, I can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, take on f6 and take on c5. if you
This
have
is
to
very-
take by pawn, this is
This is very ugly, right? Let's just
this
so
is
for
ugly.
example,
Knight f4, and you're lost.
positionally
lost,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. There is one more game played in the Dragon opening, one that I gave myself credit to say that it's almost winning for white. I believe it's played between, I'm not exactly sure. Can I just check it here? Wow. Oops, I was completely right. I said this is bad line for black. It's considered to be really, it's my favorite line in the Dragon. I used to analyze this a lot with white and black, and immediately said this is going to be a very tough experience for black. Queen g5, queen c7, e5. That's what we had on the board, and they said white is much better there. And I said after d takes, bishop takes, queen c5, I said f4. And that's where I stopped and said it's considered to be, if not almost winning, it's just much better for white.
This looks terrible. If you can't play a move like b4 here, you're just way too slow.
Exactly.
I don't play the Dragon that much, but it's an initiative opening, and b4 is the only logical follow-up to open the position.
But this is exactly kind of the games we're expecting in the first round. Short games, some very nice theoretical variation, instructive ones. So I like this one a lot.
Well, Wang Hao is a player I've been following a lot. He doesn't mind sharp positions.
Mm-hmm.
Some days he plays really well, some days he doesn't. He had the worst result of his career last month, in my opinion. He was drawing 2100s at the Isle of Man event. He lost to a 2300 talented Dutch player, or close to 2400 now, who's playing the younger brother of Jordan Van Forest.
Mm-hmm.
But he was messing up good positions, and he lost like 25 elo points.
Yeah.
25 elo points.
On
My
their
worst
level.
tournament that I've ever played, I lost close to that. He was on the bottom boards. Definitely a tournament to forget. But when he plays really good players, sometimes he's just a very unpredictable player, because I think he's quite happy to go into the Dragon. But a lot of the top players, when they're playing lower rated players, they usually play c4, d4 to control the position more, just to avoid any unnecessary risk. But he's not like a pure professional. He hardly plays, so I think he enjoys having a sharp position.
But this is interesting very much. In the ninth move, he opted for the long castle variation. The main one is bishop c4.
Mm-hmm.
He opted for this one, which is a very good thing for all the Dragon players. So we can consider long castle being a bit problematic for black. Of course, black was supposed to play d5, not to take on d4. Okay, let's just check the game. Yeah, I mentioned in the analysis that one of the ideas behind the queen g5 is not just to stop the b4, but also to pressure the.
So what's the idea
pawn.
after I take?
The idea is to take and to play rook h7. Rook g. Yeah, and now rook h8. Rook h8.
Aha,
Now
there we
rook
go.
h8. That's a nice tactics. Yeah, it's very typical, for Dragon players. You now take an f7, come with a rook h1. Yeah, it's mate.
So that's why bishop g6 is so strong. It just
Exactly. Bishop g6 is
winning the game.
basically the refutation of this line. Just like I told you, I was free enough to say that black is almost lost in out of the opening, and you see it ended up in like 3 moves. Yeah, he's got nothing else.
So
I'm threatening rook h7.
Yeah, rook h7 is the threat. b4.
I won a game like this. Do you know that? With a rook h7. Exactly. This is my game.
So it's quite possible. I mean,
I had a game like this.
That he's seen this attack before. Almost anybody who enters this line is aware of the general ideas. So
I won one rapid game and one over the board game.
Possible he won the game almost without thinking.
Yeah,
These are
of
all
course.
typical ideas. That's one reason why I don't play too many openings like the Dragon, because the risk of losing a game without thought is scary to me. But at the same time, it can be rewarding, especially if you catch them. Here, clearly though, Wang Hao was very familiar with the Dragon ideas, and now bishop f7, king takes is forced. In this variation, it's just queen takes king here, and rook h8, and mate
It's
after rook takes g8.
Yeah, for the first round, this is already one of the most beautiful games. Okay, it's still theoretical preparation.
No, for chess fans, for players, club players trying to improve, I think first round, second rounds are very instructional to see
Absolutely.
the low-rated players and high-rated players because it mimics a situation that we're much more likely to find ourselves. We're not invited to top-level events. We have to play open events. We have to play players higher, way lower rated. We have to change our openings
Exactly.
based on that. We have to take risks. This shows much more practical play. And the mentality that's more relatable than just Berlins and
Yeah,
2800s playing each other. So I improved a lot by studying some of the best open players in the world because, in Canada and in the US where I grew up, all open events. No team events. No team events at all.
You have no team.
No, I never played a team event until I was a GM. A team classical event.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because the country is too big to travel. There's just there's some geographical issues there,
And
especially in
also
Canada.
high expenses. I
High
guess.
expenses because
Yeah.
transportation is expensive, and we don't have many chess players. But that's something I missed out on, because these events look like a lot of fun. Have
Yeah.
you played a European Club Cup?
Never. I was coaching some people, but I never played that.
Yeah, it's an event. One of the few events I haven't played in, and it's the only. You know what it is? It's the only European event that foreigners like me can play in. I can't play the European team. I can't play the European individual. I'd like to play there, even if I couldn't qualify for anything. I just want to play the competition. This is
Mhm.
the one event that
Okay, guys, now you know Eric
International-
Hansen is free.
international
He can be in your team.
tourists or patrons can get a chance.
And also, do you know what is interesting? This is a tournament of 7 rounds, and they can still win some IM and GM norms.
They can.
And also, it's a shorter, it's like 7 days, so it's attracting more of viewers and more of people and players. And, we have like more than 450 players here. This is like a great chess festival. Okay, now we're gonna be.
It's weird though. Do you know what the rules are regarding norms? They changed. So yes, you can get a norm here, but if you make 2 other norms, you're not getting the GM title.
Really?
You need 27 games, and most events now are 9 games. So 9 plus 9 plus 7 is 25.
Yeah,
so
you're
you
right.
need to get a 10
Yeah,
game
you're right.
norm or an 11 game norm from the European individual. Actually, the perfect one I think is to get a norm at the European individual, the European club, something like
Or
that.
I have a solution to play a round robin event with a billions of rounds, 30
But
rounds.
they don't do that
Yeah,
almost at
they-
all
they-
anymore, especially in those events are almost all but outdated. So I saw a lot of people. I know a lot of people who got a norm here. They had to get 4 norms in the end
That's interesting.
because they're just not making a norm in 10 games is harder than
Mhm.
as well. So harder to find the events and harder to actually make the norm because you have to keep the level for a longer period of time. So it's deceptive. But it is at stake.
Mhm.
So,
Okay, so-
what game is next? So that's a game for any dragon player. You should absolutely
Yeah.
familiarize yourself
Okay,
with
Dragoners, watch out of this line.
Wang Hao, Richard Gerber. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check Yakovenko's game.
Yeah,
Um,
we did check it.
I've played his opponent last year at the World Blitz and Rapid. I guess they're playing for the chess club in Berlin. A few German teams are here. But what I noticed is Yakovenko has very good results in these sorts of tournaments. He doesn't have a lot of top results in his career for such a good player. I mean, he's been 2750 multiple times, 2740, but in these professional tournaments,
Mm-hmm.
he's very consistent. He's a reliable player for the most part. He doesn't beat a lot of top 10 players.
Yeah.
So where does his rating come from, right? So he's quite effective in these formats. At the same time, Black has a nice position.
If you ask me, I prefer Black's position here.
a lot.
He's running bishop c3, b4. The d5 pawn is just weak. Rook on e8.
he has a Benoni with a bishop pair.
Yeah, exactly.
White's missing his dark square bishop.
Mm-hmm.
White's knight is not able to reach the c4 square, which is ideal in the Benoni. Because why? D6 is black's weakness in his structure and what usually white targets, because there's no other weak pawn. White, especially because black ends up getting a majority on the queen side. This looks like a dream Benoni.
I like it very much.
I don't like the Benoni as an opening too much, but I like this position a lot, which says something.
That's what I meant.
But how does he get into such a bad position?
They played some variation of King's Indian with h3 because we analyzed this game earlier. Then they went into Benoni with e takes d5. I believe it's okay position. I mean.
It's still supposed to be a little bit
Yeah,
better
for white, yeah. b5 is surprising idea. b5 is surprising idea. I analyzed for the viewers here. Knight b5, bishop a6, followed by queen a5, and looks like black is having a pretty good compensation in here. I very much like the black's activity because you cannot even play a3 in that position since the bishop is standing on b1 and he can always play queen a5, increasing the pressure on the b5 knight altogether with bishop a6. Yeah, black is doing good. Black is doing good most of the time here.
We definitely have to watch this game because out of all the games I've seen, this was looking like there's serious upset potential here. I mean,
absolutely.
It wouldn't be surprising to me that a game ends up in a draw because he's so much higher rated.
Mm-hmm.
He can maybe offer a draw. At the same time, his opponent is here. He's not a professional player.
No, he's our friend Sotiris was talking about the polls, and he's a lawyer in Germany. So
he's a lawyer. He's also, by the way, one of the tallest grandmasters in the world for sure. He's a really big guy. I was playing in the Bundesliga. My team, they're not in the top league anymore. They collapsed a little bit, but all the German players were all lawyers or judges, and they were all GMs, and none of them were professional.
That's
pretty
interesting.
much all of them.
So they're all my colleagues.
Yes, except GM.
Okay. Okay, I'll become a GM. Then I'll come to Canada just to know that.
So Germany is the one country you want to avoid because you're a good player and you can impress people. I'm a good player. I'm a lawyer. I'm a judge, but don't go to.
I won't go to Germany
because then those guys will be like, "Hey, buddy, I'm a GM, 25-50."
In Serbia, that's a different situation. I'm the best chess player amongst the judges, and the best judge amongst the chess players. But it's not going to be like this in Germany. Yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, I'm going.
But I'll come one day to Canada just to tell you that I'm a GM. Watch out.
Okay, if you get GM, yeah.
Yeah, black is doing good here.
If the queen wasn't on b3, I think as black here, the nice square for the knight is c5. You play c4, knight a6, knight c5. But his knight came from a6, so I'm guessing he wants to keep that knight to put long-term pressure on d5, and he's going to end up playing like rook e8 and maybe doubling on the e file. He's just going to play a much safer, solid, and I like this variation because he has no weaknesses that can be attacked. d6, the bishop has to go to f3, the knight has to go to e4, but I don't see that dark square being a problem for black to defend when white doesn't have a bishop. When I play the Benoni, my dark squared bishop is almost always on h2 with this f4, h2, somewhere between there. And it's long-term pressure. I don't see any long-term counterplay for white here. There's temporary squares, but even a knight on e4, even a bishop on e4, they're going to eventually be kicked out with f5. Another typical Benoni move. So this is a position. Yakovenko is, I think he has a clearly worse position here, but nothing obvious. So white, he just has to. We have to see how black plays it, how he tries to convert this.
But obviously,
there's nothing obvious.
He's gonna have extremely tough task to hold his position, I think. Okay, he's a better player, but can we check the Mamajerov's game because he's playing for a Serbian team, and Serbians are expecting a lot from this.
Mamajerov, yes. Let's see what he's up to.
Yeah, we've been checking this game. I spoke about the bishop g5 idea. It's not so common. g3 is, of course, the main idea.
Yeah.
exchanging the bishops. It's just good against the isolated pawn. But it's also good when you play with isolated pawn to push this pawn up to d4
Yes.
against the e2 pawn, so black is also getting some space here.
Yeah, you have to take away white's blockading square, which is d4.
Exactly. Exactly.
Without that blockading
For example, in this position, black doesn't look that bad.
black looks fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Objectively, this looks close to equal to me. I don't see how white... Black's gained a lot of space with that isolated pawn, so I think it's a trade-off. Great pieces, great development. Isolate a pawn, but it's hard for white to build a serious initiative against that d4 pawn. b3, queen a5, knight c4.
He's coming up with some tactics. What if...
And that's Mamedyarov. That is Mamedyarov, because they're weakening the dark squares a lot, which wouldn't be everyone's choice. But he likes complicated positions. He's baiting queen takes a2. I mean, not queen takes a2 right now because the queen would be trapped, but moves like bishop takes c4, rook c4,
It
queen
happened.
a2, and it happened. Yeah.
And now he's just having a better bishop than knight because the pawns are on both sides. The position is open.
He has a better bishop compared to black's knight, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's a temporary pawn sacrifice. That's what it looks like. He saw this. He saw that b3 was hanging, and he just went one move further.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, as long as I have material equality here, I mean, the bishop is way better than the knight.
Yeah.
And
White looks better in this position.
So natural continuation.
Rook c7, I guess.
Rook c7. But what are we missing? King f8. That's the only move, huh?
Okay.
That's the only move, right?
The only move.
So this is already looking.
And I'm going to play rook
a7.
a7
Yeah.
to go after the a7 pawn.
This is almost the worst sort of position in chess because white has no risk. He can push his pawn and be happy. He can move around. He can shuffle. There's just no risk here. The only thing that is attracting my attention.
h4.
is
Maybe he's supposed to play h4 before that, just to fix it.
Okay, so here.
Rook a7.
Okay.
Now I can play bishop d5. But I'm not threatening anything.
I'm gonna play maybe queen b6 here.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh no, that hangs. That.
No, queen e7.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
That's why I stopped.
Mhm.
That's a.
That's a jet lag.
Yeah, that's jet lag. But white's not threatening anything, but black doesn't have too many moves here. Okay, let's just make a move.
Well, what am I supposed to do? I like my bishop being on f3, controlling my king, and
You could play e4. Here.
e4. I'm thinking of e4, but I'm just trying to see.
How to improve afterwards?
Yeah, maybe e5, e6. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna make some decent moves.
Okay.
I feel like we could do this a little bit better
Yeah,
without risking.
Way better.
But it's instructive because it's purely an advantage. Easier to play position in the much better bishop compared to knight. It's just
Yeah.
it's an endgame with even material, but it's
Well, he
it's
played
really
the king
bad.
f8. You see that?
It was forced.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's checkmate. But if you're playing king f8 with the queens on the board, I'm not that comfortable. That's like a permanent pin. Okay, let's just say for a second, rook here,
h4.
Is there? I mean, we could
Maybe
take here.
g4.
Well, I could take here, but it's not something you want to do because I think
No, I'm just weakening my king too much, maybe.
rook takes a5. You're winning a pawn, but the pawns are all on the same side of the board, and you're weakening your king. So it gives some perpetual chances, and you're
I
giving
guess
up.
he's giving him some counter chances, and
Yeah.
he doesn't want to do that.
Okay, so you want to play h4. I think putting your pawns on the dark squares is quite natural there.
But just hold on a sec. If you play rook a7, h4 may go for g4. Then you're pretty moveless there.
He did h4. Let's take
He
a
did
look.
h4. Okay.
Let's see. Right there.
So black is supposed to play the a4 and the a3. This is very instructive.
It's
type of-
technical. Yeah,
It's
all
technical
It's
type.
technical. But how do you evaluate it then? With really good defense, it's black should be okay. Or
No, I
not?
believe this is much better for white.
Well, it's
this
much
is
better,
just a
but
matter
that's
of
the-
technique. Maybe I wouldn't be able to win this one.
Question: if the queens are off, white wins the a pawn. Knight and 3 pawns against bishop and 4 pawns with the rooks.
Black has some chances
But
to
then-
hold that position, but the pawn on f7 is quite weak. And
Well, if the queens are off,
I know, but still, I can play
So he
rook
has some
a7,
chances.
bishop d5. He's got a good defensive chances, but I believe it's better for white.
well, he didn't want to risk that because after, yeah, he just played h4. The most natural move, not allowing the counterplay. And yeah, I'm struggling to find some decent moves here. Rook a7. I was doing a3.
Yeah,
What's
exactly
the
our.
I think the ideal square is maybe like queen f6 or something.
Do you know what I'm thinking about? Rook a7, a3, rook a4, queen a7, and then winning a pawn, because you cannot touch my kings.
But we're just talking about that, right?
Yeah,
That's exactly.
and now queen a7.
Well,
Okay,
Why are
I
you-
don't have to
actually-
trade off queens. I don't have to.
sorry, you're winning a pawn?
I'm not.
No, and if you're not winning a pawn,
Yeah, of course.
we're too dangerous.
No, I'm not going to play queen a7.
But I see a situation like that happening. That's
Yeah.
why I thought this endgame, rook and knight against rook and bishop, all on the same side. There's got to be some drawing chances there. Although with the 350 point rating difference,
He's not gonna
What's
play
the good?
play the queen c5, rook a4, queen c5, and play the queen d3 move.
queen d3.
Yeah. How are you going to stop?
Queen d3 is precise. I don't think I'm going to stop it. I think now I'm going to try to get my king safe with knight f5, king g7.
Okay, but I don't
That's-
even have to trade the queens off. I can play rook a3.
Well, that's why it's certainly an improvement. For example, knight f5, rook takes a3, and yeah, my goal is simple as black.
White king is untouchable. That's a good thing. I like the bishop on f3.
Yeah,
I like this.
if the
kind of
bishop and the
position.
queen stays on the board, I mean that's better. With the queens off, black can be a bit more liberal with his king. With the queens on the board, he's got some weak dark squares, and the bishop's better than the knight. What I really want to do is get your bishop off. But the problem is, I was
I'm
looking at
not
this
gonna
move,
give it up.
rook c3,
Exactly.
and then you can move the bishop.
Wait a
over.
sec. Rook c3. Maybe I have the knight f3.
Okay, knight f3. That's right.
Knight f3, rook c5,
Okay.
knight e1, and that's a draw.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not a draw because I can play e takes d3, and that endgame is considered to be better for white. According to Dvoretsky.
But it's closer. The d pawn is closer to a draw. Than
Okay,
the
yeah,
side
of
pawn.
course, of course.
It's a
We don't want to play the rook endgame, definitely. That's what I'm teaching my students.
something like this is what black would try to do because the knight needed it to move away from e7. Otherwise, white would just pin him again on the 7th. This would be some sort of bailout attempt. Although I'm not liking the position. There's a move like queen e3 in that last
Rook
position.
e7. They're still playing the way we.
Well, we're not
played
seeing a
at first.
breakthrough after d5. Bishop
Mhm.
d5, we're not seeing a breakthrough, so he's just going to win a pawn and grind it out.
Yeah,
That's another team.
absolutely.
Strong at the top. Great Serbian players as well on this team. But they're going to have to play. They're going to have to play above their.
They're gonna have
could-
to. Sorry for
No,
interrupting.
continue,
They're
continue.
gonna have to show some consistency. I know all these guys. They're good friends of mine. For example, Mamajer on first, Richard Rappert on second, Morozovic on third. Those are extremely tough three boards. And now they have great players on fourth, fifth, and sixth board. Ivanišević, Markuš, and Perunović. I believe if these guys just playing well, and I believe they will, this team can make maybe a surprise of this tournament. So I don't know, but I'm cheering up for this team. So
Yeah, I think for the Serbians, this is their hope. Well, yeah, in this position, a3 is going to be played, and as you suggested, queen d3 wins a pawn. And with that, Mamedjarov, stronger player with a much better endgame and no risk.
No,
His
he's
technical skills.
gonna technically easily win this. I'm sure of that. Yeah, this team is very, very serious. Ding Liren is playing a very nice game. Actually, this guy with the black piece is playing a nice game against Ding Liren.
So he moved the knight on
From
f6
F, yeah.
to avoid that variation. Rook here. Queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f4.
Knight
And
F4,
the
we
square
spoke-
we identified, yeah.
We spoke about the ideal square for this knight. He dragged it there, but I still like black's position after c4.
Why? You have an isolated pawn.
I mean, I'm all the time talking like this is technical position for such a strong players, and it's very difficult to play with black pieces a position like this. But you know, he has to do something very active to.
Well, the move looked maybe forced, but the problem to me is that I don't think black will have any active counterplay now, and now black's going to be suffering
Yes.
in
Because
an
of the
isolated
d5
pawn
pawn, you
position. So something like this.
Yeah, I agree.
And if we
I
look
agree.
at a position like after C b3, rook c2, rook c2, yes, you're not going to lose a pawn. There's a good chance d5 can be defended, but you're suffering and you don't have that dynamic
You're absolutely
counterplay.
right. Yeah, this
So
is difficult.
it's good and bad. He definitely found a solution to keep the material, which we were struggling. It was looking
Could
really
he
bad.
play some d4 move, just
If the
trying
bishop on b7 was protected, d4 is very thematic to do a sacrifice. But if you did d4 now, I can take and play like h4, and you're not even close to coming.
to?
off.
Yeah.
Because the knight's pinned. I mean, the bishop on b7
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
If it wasn't, then it's for sure an idea. Well, Ding's lost about 30 points from his high, where he was top 10 in the world, 27, 80 range. He's 27.53 right now. He's had very mixed results the last few months. He's looking to bounce back. Especially the Chinese had such a poor result at the Olympiad. I think
With such a great team.
finishing behind Canada, I think. I mean,
Okay, but your
no. That's you know.
Canadians were playing the
Well,
tournament of their life.
Look,
huh?
I sort of daydream about this sometimes. Is if Canada finishes ahead of you in chess, I mean, people are going to use that as an example.
Mhm.
Like, the boss is going to call everyone over, and this would apply not just to chess but football, soccer, football. We're like ranked 100th in the world. If you're finishing behind the Canucks, we're having a meeting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
It's like the standard.
Yeah.
The standard. Yeah, that's. But almost, yeah. He actually played fine. He actually played okay. Yu Yangyi and Li Chao had poor results, if I recall.
That's fantastic team. That's fantastic team. But okay, simply they didn't have the tournament.
Okay, well, c4, I think white has an edge here, a comfortable edge, and he's going to take this into an endgame, which he enjoys, and he's not going to have much risk. h4 is going to be played at some point. Some trades are going to happen, but the
Yes.
d5 pawn is going to remain isolated a while.
C4 is very obliging there.
It is, but
He was forced to do that.
he was forced
We
to do
spoke
that.
about this
Yes.
variation, exactly about this line.
Okay, Navarra. One guy I always recommend for people to study is Navarra's games against lower rated players because he just wipes us off the board.
This is another classical example.
So if knight e4,
Okay, maybe not.
knight e4, king,
Yeah.
king g8 holds on technically. You don't need to do that. But I'm
King
thinking
A1, yeah.
king a1. I mean this. Oh,
It's completely lost, I guess. Completely lost.
completely
Navarra
lost
is
me.
once again smashing his opponents very easily in the first rounds. We spoke about
This line is
yeah.
the problem is Navarro is very theoretical. So this line is not good for black, but you might have to know a little bit as white. This is the Philidor with g6. Very rare and very suspicious. But who knows how to refute that? Not everyone.
I've noticed one thing in this first round. I've seen so many low-rated guys were challenging top-rated guys if they knew some very suspicious lines. And you see the answers. They're losing these games in 25 moves. All of them.
But they're having a blast, maybe.
Okay. Okay, but suggestion is please don't try out like tricky or just suspicious variations against top-rated guys. Because it's definitely not working out.
This is a nice refutation, though.
This
I mean,
is
I
a
wouldn't
refutation,
have known.
of course.
I wouldn't. It's not that well known. Bishop e6, bishop e6, fe6.
No, queen to g4, yeah.
He's gonna lose a piece, but his knight is so reinforced on d6. He can castle on either side with a great attack.
Yeah, but he's
but still a game worth studying because I mean he made black look like
and now extremely
an
nice
elementary
move.
player.
Knight goes to d5. I mean, this is great tactics. Okay, probably he missed this. Maybe he didn't even miss.
Even so, I mean, White would have full compensation even if he didn't have that shove.
Yeah,
Would you say
absolutely.
like just queen takes g6 lines would give serious compensation that Navarro enjoys. But knight d5
I'd go a bit further than that. I think it's almost winning
almost
there
lost.
after coach. Yeah.
Almost any move.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oof.
Playing f5, breaking along the f file. This is good.
You can't take the knight because of e6, and there's a mate on f7 and a mate on e8, so queen e7 has to be played, and then knight f5.
This exchanged filider with the g6.
This
I
is-
call it dragon filider, but simply doesn't work.
Hmm.
Yeah, but he had to come up with some really nice moves still with the white pieces there.
He did.
So it wasn't that easy.
No, black knows he's getting attacked. He sees it coming a mile away. But Navarra is up to task when it comes to finding the way to attack.
This was a nice game. We've got a lot of interesting and good games in the first round. That's why I like the first round. Just what you said, when a good guys or high-rated guys plays against low-rated. We can learn a lot.
When the good guys. I'm not sure the high-rated guys are the good guys.
Okay. I may agree
Because that
with
means
you.
we're the bad guys, maybe. Right?
I am. You're not.
The people are maybe the good guys. So here,
I like black. Maybe
you,
I'm...
You like... Well...
Okay, if I play bishop c5 followed by knight e4, I'm completely positionally winning. But what if I play e4 now? I like black.
If you play e4?
Yeah. I'm threatening knight... first of all, I'm
You're
threatening
not-
bishop c3.
Okay, you're threatening bishop c3, but you're not threatening anything else. So I'm just going to play knight b5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to play like rook g4, knight d4, moves like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think white's doing very well here. I
I
think...
have something dynamical here. That's what I'm looking
Okay.
for. Or maybe...
So rook e7, unfortunately, we're almost forced to play.
Mm,
Okay, I'll let you look for something dynamic.
yeah.
I just... It's not common to have it in such a solid formation for white.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d3 doesn't do anything. I'll take the pawn. But the problem is, Mishko, is I'm playing rook g6 too. I'm also attacking.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's
I
safer?
overreacted. No.
Probably the main leader in playing h3 recently. He has a lot of good results there,
I spoke about it.
and he knows how to control the position. I would be surprised to see him go down.
Well, otherwise they wouldn't call him professor.
They wouldn't call him the professor.
Yeah, I like his way of playing. Usually when I teach my students, I like to teach them according to his games.
So knight b5, yeah, rook g6, rook g4. The pawn on e4 could be a weakness. And normally this bishop is fantastic on g7, opening it up. But because it's already an endgame, and because all of white's
Yeah.
pieces are effective
Yeah,
without
this is
needing
right.
to be on the diagonal, it's the problem with e4 is if you ever get into endgame, you're losing because everything trades off and white picks up the pawn on e4 with his king, which is much
Mhm.
closer. So maybe playable. He might do it.
On
But
the other hand, if he allows bishop c5 followed by knight e4, this is a typical strategical.
he has to wait another move because of rook f4 potential.
Maybe rook g4 first.
Rook g4, rook g4, and then I'm thinking about
Yes, yeah, you're right.
h5. But yeah, rook g4 it has to be
You're
played.
absolutely right about this. I used to play this h3 line a lot.
Well, you taught me it.
I taught you to play this one.
I played sometimes. I believe you said you learned it or you enjoyed playing it from Ivan Nisevic or something. Something related to that.
I saw by, I was initiated mainly by the games of Krasenkov.
Yeah.
I like his game so much in this variation, and then I started playing it. I even have some really good results. Draw against Cheparinov in a much better position. But okay.
It used to be much better.
It used to be much better.
Black
Yeah,
has
right.
really improved his play in the
Yeah.
last four years or something, I would say. I used to play this and get easy advantages. Now there's a lot. Now the players, King's Indian players as black, are not as afraid of h3 by any stretch.
Even play some knight h5 straight.
Yes, even
And
knight
that
h5 is
variation
playable.
could be good for black.
Yeah, so it's Tomaszewski is though the main player for this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, white,
Yeah.
comfortable, and Tomaszewski likes this position. Black playing fine, but it's uphill battle here to.
But don't
just
forget,
hold.
we have one more game played the h3 against the King's Indian. It was the game played by Yakovenko.
It was.
And okay, they transposed into Benoni, but
Rook here, bishop g5.
I'm not impressed with this idea by black. I don't know why did he do it. Do you have any idea? I mean, I would never give up my dark square bishop just like that.
Well, his idea is he thought he was going to win material, right? Or no?
But he's not. Aha, the rook is hanging. Knight c3?
Yeah. And now queen b4.
Queen before rook to a3. But it's still better for black.
But this position is very. This is.
It's still better for black because rook a3, queen a3, queen a3, b takes, rook a8.
That's a very unpleasant endgame.
And after a4, c4 followed by rook a5. And the d5 is targeting.
Which variation? Can you give me the variation again?
Rook a3, queen a3, queen a3, b takes, rook a8. For example, a4,
a4.
c4 followed by rook a5.
Well.
Okay, maybe I exaggerate too much. Rook a5 first, maybe.
Well, then you'd have to be careful again.
Yeah. So I can't play. I can't go for this.
But this position on its own.
Certainly, this position still looks okay for black.
Still looks okay for black, or preferable, because d5 seems to be more of a target than d6 as it stands, and b2 is isolated along with d5. But I think Yakovenko's not too uncomfortable here.
I also believe so. Black.
He's not.
I have a
he's not
feeling
doing
that
great.
black could have gone for more.
Yeah, well, trading off the dark.
I don't like the
bishop.
bishop g5, bishop d2.
Knight c3. Are we missing something here? Is there some tactic that could be played, like?
I don't see anything else.
White is solid enough that even if he's a little bit worse, he should have played rook e8 a long time ago.
I agree.
But rook e8 now is not a bad move.
I'm threatening f5. I'm threatening if you take, I'll take by bishop. You cannot touch my queen.
You're
Well,
threatening
you're-
f5, bishop f3.
Okay, but it's mate. Bishop f3, rook e1, king h2, queen f4.
Well, f5.
This is not bad.
So f5. Well, okay, rook here.
Yeah, it's not bad. Queen takes before I take. Then you have problems with...
Well, I'm not going to take right away, but okay. So they played that move. So knight e2. So rook e8. which is a move always played in Benoni, and he could have done it before. It's still effective here, since it's an open file, and that rook on f8 is not doing anything. And the idea is to play rook, e1 and queen f4, as Miodrag mentioned. Can't play rook a8.
I just like to remind the viewers that we're not using the engine, so if we're missing something, that's a human thing. Also, these guys are not using the engines during the games as well, so. And this is way better for your chess, analyzing just like this. You would improve easier.
Yeah, we need to find a decent waiting move for white here.
Well, he's pretty much in a big trouble because yeah, rook e8 is a nice move.
Well,
maybe a rook a8, bishop takes a8.
No, the queen is hanging.
Oh, the queen is hanging, yeah.
So that's the problem.
Yeah.
And if we trade queens and then do it, the
rook takes a8, then I take
we
bishop
lose a piece.
takes a8.
Yeah,
we will lose a piece on e4. So yeah, rook e8. This is difficult position for black. For white, sorry.
But we have to find a move. We're not that. I mean, this is happening.
Exactly.
This is
Okay.
happening.
Queen b4, pretty much forced.
Yeah, queen b4. But then this is all forcing. The whole line is forcing.
Yeah, unless.
No,
I don't see anything else but
taking
on a3, and rook e8 is a great move there.
Rook e8, and it's just.
It's not because I found it, but.
No, it's. We want, it's a very uncomfortable move. Okay, our job as white is not to blunder here. I see that rook e2, rook e3 might be a way to hold everything. What do you think?
Well, let's go. Well, but I can, worst case scenario, I can play rook takes a3 followed by queen d4.
Well,
I can also play, just a sec.
Oh, we'll look at it. Rook a3, queen d4. You're not really threatening anything.
Yeah.
And I like this rook e3 move. It's
Mhm.
cute because then it's well protected, and I can play rook d3 and no tactics.
But wait a sec. Maybe I have the easiest line here. f5, bishop f3, taking on e2, taking on b3, and taking on d5.
You
I
can't.
just want to check.
You-
I can't.
It's pinned. That was my idea.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't want to do this unless it works.
Just a sec. What do you mean? Ah, yes, it's been okay. And if rook takes a3? But you're going to have a weakness on d5. I'll play king g7,
Sorry?
bring my king over, but you'll play f5.
Yeah, I mean this can happen, but it's not as
It's
actually
not as much
d6
as
is
we
also
want.
weakness. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
So rook here, rook e2. And I want to play rook e3. Because there's no I have a strong feeling Yakovenko will hold this and we're just missing things. Black is preferable, but not too much.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So let me just double check nothing finished in the meantime. Just to conclude, Wang Hao did win his game quickly. Anything else happened quick? No, right? All the other games are still going on.
We had one more game finished.
What
Maybe
game was
by
that?
now, maybe by, you see, queen d3 they played in that
Yeah.
game, the way we analyzed.
What other game? I think only one game finished. Oh, Navarra.
Maybe
Navarra won. So
Yeah.
two crushing wins by Wang Hao and Navarra. Otherwise, all the other games are still in play. And I think we're probably just going to take a break.
We're gonna make a break. Okay, and we'll see each other.
See you guys soon.
Okay, bye bye.
We're ready to go.
Okay, we're back.
So, a few games are starting to finish up here, and a few other results. From the top boards, we got Timur Rajabov against Simon Kamarkhan here, and I know you looked at it earlier. And at what point do you want to begin? Because I know you talked about the opening, the fashionable Scandinavian.
Start from the bishop e5, because that's the moment where we stop streaming.
Bishop e5, because you want to contest the fianchetto bishop and trade it off ultimately. And there's no natural way for black to avoid this, because he wants to bishop h6 or something would be nice, but that's not as good of a diagonal. And so right now the bishop on e5 is kind of controlling the knight on f6 and the bishop on g7. So you pretty much have to just accept it, give up your dark squared bishop, and play on the other side of the board. So you did knight h5. Maybe bishop g4 or something first. Knight h5, bishop g7, knight g7, queen d2. And yeah, white's a little bit better here, just because he just has a bit more space. I guess it's kind of almost an opening advantage just because it's a Scandinavian, where black has a pretty passive setup, a very solid setup, but so does white, just with more space. And there's not really a good place to put this bishop, because any position like this is also just comfortably.
That's exactly what I said when I spoke about this opening. It's like very educational game by white, fighting for the e-file, playing very logical moves, developing his pieces nicely. And this became very modern and fashionable variation lately, and it's good to know these ways.
Queen d2, getting out of the way. You want to play h4, you want to open it up on both sides. But yeah, he just got an edge, a comfortable edge here with just more space. And Rajabov is not a player to mess that up too much. I mean, these guys relish the opportunity to have such easy positions to play. They're used to playing 2700s who are equalizing and really playing the openings well. So an easy advantage like this, they're really alert. They're like, I have to win this. If I can't win these against second-tier openings, then what hope do I have against the Sicilians and Berlins? So they really punish people who play openings like this. Unless it's Magnus, maybe he gets away with it, but otherwise...
That's what I said.
C5. Why C5? Just uncomfortable. Just an uncomfortable position. H4, H5, B4, everything.
But this is just my conclusion after the first round. Or it's just like the highlight of the first round. All these guys are, high-rated guys, top-class guys, are crushing low-rated guys pretty easily. Just because they know their openings and stuff really, really good, and they play so precise these openings, and you cannot even imagine playing in the 21st century being unprepared and playing side or just offbeat variations against them.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion. I hope you agree.
Well, my openings aren't fantastic, but I think there's a long-term benefit in still learning main lines and the classical way to develop pieces rather than short-term fixes by playing sidelines.
Exactly.
But it's not an easy thing, because some of these guys you really don't want to play theory against. They're so booked up, and so.
But what are you going to do in that case? Which opening?
Well,
E5, I guess.
Well, when you're playing Berlin. White, maybe. Playing a worse opening for black is one thing. That's something I would still play a normal opening. But when you're playing white, I'm not gonna necessarily enter the Najdorf against MVL or something. You have a bit more flexibility, but as black, you're going to get punished almost always playing an inferior opening against these guys. But it's like you also don't want to lose because you didn't know theory, and it's a hard decision to make, and most likely they're going to get killed either approach because 500-point rating difference is serious. But we do have an example. Nick. So this was the end of the position. There's no way to stop queen h7 and queen h8 mate. So I'm talking about rook e8, queen h7, and then queen h8. But we do have an upset result already. Miodrag. Grishuk was playing black against Nikolai Getz, and
Yeah, that was an interesting game. Let's check it out.
and that finished as a draw, right when we were taking a break, and it was an Eidorf main line, h3, and sharp stuff.
Okay.
So one thing is probably White was prepared for this because Grishuk plays the Eidorf a lot, especially against lower rated players.
Lately, h3 became the most
It-
popular line in the world against the knight f.
It has, even though the results are very mixed. I won a lost position at the Olympiad, which is h3. I wasn't too happy with that, but it is extremely popular, especially for its flexibility. But I don't have a conclusive opinion on it.
Yeah. What
Knight
I'm noticed,
C6.
even these top players, they're constantly keep playing dh3 on a high level against the knight f.
They do, because besides h3, there's bishop e3 and there's bishop g5.
Yeah.
Those are the big three. And then you have guys like Adams playing g3 and grinding out some slow positional way. But those are the big three right now. Bishop
Yeah.
g5, bishop e3, and h3. But h3 and bishop e3 sometimes share some ideas. Bishop g5 is...
Bishop
But-
g5.
But people might be... It might be back into fashion because Kramnik played bishop g5. And when Kramnik plays e4 and he beats Gelfand badly with bishop g5, people pay attention to that because Kramnik doesn't play e4 too much.
Yeah.
But when he does, his theory is
Exactly.
world class. So I wouldn't be surprised to see bishop g5 all of a sudden because Kramnik's a bit of a trendsetter there. But yeah, we have this. White usually queenside castles in these h3 variations. This is a different approach. I'm not that familiar with this variation, so I can't speak too much about it. But White played the move a3 to buy some time. He can keep the center for a few more moves. There's no quick b4 counterplay, especially because White's retaining the option of casting kingside, and then b4 isn't necessarily as dangerous as it would be. White can continue on with development there. b4 take, knight d4. Interesting point to make is despite maybe Black's ahead in development because he's castled, it doesn't mean he can just lash out and open the position, which is maybe a general idea. For example, let's say d5 here. Probably
Well,
I'll
like-
just take. And the point is, probably a Sicilian player is going to play knight b6 here, just playing tempo chess. But, you know, if you just trade everything off, even though it looks loose or something, it looks loose for White, maybe with his king. Black also has a very bad structure. And even castling here, this is something players as White would be happy to go into, playing against the d5 pawn, the a6 pawn. And it's not that obvious how the king is going to be exploited. But it's a chance for an advantage. I mean, that's what you're kind of looking for
Yeah,
against
but
the Nador.
I don't think he should take on d5 immediately. Maybe he takes d5, knight b6.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A Sicilian player would do that, and then.
And capturing on d5 by
And that's-
piece.
So what's the problem with d5? I agree. That's knight b6. Is
Maybe
that
some e5, I don't know. In that case, knight c5.
e5, knight c5, castle, I guess.
Yeah.
Although Black also feels okay because if castle maybe a5, it's like
But okay, maybe I'm fast on the king at f5. I'm threatening f6.
yes, I take.
Well, can I just play knight takes f5?
Knight takes and something solid like here.
Mm-hmm. This doesn't look that convincing for white, yeah?
One of the problems is knight on c3 is
Maybe
misplaced.
knight... No, you're right.
It's possible. It's going to be very sharp, but actually, he must have seen something because that's one of the obvious moves is d5 and knight b6, trying to take advantage of the king in the center. Instead, knight c5 was played, and after castles, rook e8 to prepare bishop
Yeah.
f8, f5, bishop f8, g6.
I like this one in Tal style.
It's yeah. White was kind of forced to go for this. Otherwise, he's kind of a bit of a sitting duck. If you're gonna play these pawn moves, you might as well be consistent. Otherwise, they're kind of like hanging pawns on
Yeah.
f4 and e4. They're just targets. So he's playing the position. But then it really confuses me that maybe Grishuk really should have gone for one of those variations, because after f5 already, we see positions that would be favorable for white, and that's already concerning if you're Grishuk here. Rook f2, maybe queen g4,
Yeah.
f6 is coming. I'm not sure I like what black did. If it allowed g6, take, queen g4, e5. At the
And now
same,
he went.
and now he repeated. He took the knight, queen f7, and we have threefold repetition. Now it's a team event, and not all the top players care the same amount about rating. He does lose 4 points, which is a lot. It's a 300 point upset, the draw, but Grishuk didn't play badly. He had black. It's going to happen to other players. It's going to happen to other players, and it happens all the time. Somebody's going to make a draw. But it wasn't the hardest draw for white to make. That's the one thing. I mean, his moves were all standard moves on how you launch this king side attack. If white was forced to do that, so this was all something he could anticipate, and that's why I maybe question if he was trying to imbalance the position, he needed to play something different, because everything was very natural here. G6, forcing that,
And I also have a feeling that he didn't push too hard to
But
make
it's-
it right in this game.
yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's white didn't have problems this game. That
Absolutely.
White didn't have problems, and
Absolutely.
usually you don't get that benefit when you play top players. They make you work for it. They'll torture you,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
they might give you
Exactly,
a draw. Then they might
exactly.
give
You
you a
have
draw
to-
after you survive, after you suffer. But their team's gonna win. Their team's gonna win, and maybe this is just a solid result. He's the board one. By the way, for Oslo, Nikolai Getz. He's on the Norwegian Olympiad team. His teammate is the one suffering against Tomaszewski. So maybe Grishuk is just looking over. Is like, okay,
Yeah.
Zhenya is gonna really. He's playing a young boy or a teenager on the other board, so I think he's just okay. You guys handle the others. I'm gonna have a draw here, and relax.
Do you know what are we going to do? A couple people asked us to go once again to the game of Polzin,
Okay,
so that would be very interesting.
draw.
Yeah, this is
The likely result based on the position we saw, because Yakovenko wasn't in trouble, but there's not a lot for him to play for.
he first took on a3 and then he played rook e8. Maybe a little bit more dangerous was to play first rook e8.
It's almost always more dangerous, more complicated to
Yeah.
keep attention.
Yeah, to keep the tension on
Yeah.
board, exactly.
And rookie too.
Yeah,
and,
right, yeah.
And that idea.
But okay, this is another pretty good upset.
Yeah, I mean, black even won a pawn, but the outside pawn, the good coordination for white, it wasn't hard at all here. Well, okay. Polzen's probably still happy. Black
Of course.
got a good
Of
position.
course.
And very comfortable draw. So that's a more serious upset in some ways. I think black against top players is way harder than white, which is
Yeah.
kind of obvious
But I'd still
statistically.
say-
But it's
For this game, that the b5 was one of the key moves in the game.
you like the
B5,
preparation by black a lot.
I like the preparation, absolutely. I like the knight before b5 idea.
Mhm.
Comes out of blue. I like it so much.
I want to say, guys, we're in a big room. There's seating for 100 people in here, and there's nobody here. So it's people on the internet who have to provide some energy, tweet at me, Hanson Chess, ask some comments, put in variations, say anything, but we're actually alone here, completely alone. I've never been, this is like,
It's because we don't have.
it's a Serbian, we're in a ghost,
No.
I'm in a ghost Maybe City.
No, no, we don't have a video here. Tomorrow we're gonna have a video, and it's gonna be absolutely crowded.
You think it's
going
to be packed in here?
I believe so.
I don't think so at all.
Believe me, you'll see. Because there were some people here sitting in the beginning because they were waiting for the video, and then they just left But it's gonna be fixed tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
But the internet has a lot more people, anyways. So
exactly.
Yeah, make sure
exactly.
next 7 days you know where to find Miodrag. So let's check on Tomaszewski.
or yourself.
I'll be off and on. I'm
Off and on, okay, but for the first 4 days you'll be more or less here from time to time.
Rook C2. So a lot of things happened here. Let's check on that. E4, Knight B5, Rook F7, Rook G4, King H7. All things we anticipated. I was giving this as a better position for white, control for white. That was the evaluation, nothing more, but that's a lot for Tomaszewski to work with.
Yeah.
And now after Knight D4, A4. Now you don't want to play A4 yourself as white, so you have to allow this. Why don't you want to play A4? Because your strategic goal is to play B4. You don't want to close the queen side because that's where you have more space. Closing it up limits a lot of the options for both sides, but if you have an advantage on that side of the board, you want to migrate your pieces over there. So Knight D4, A4, B4, Bishop takes D4, Bishop takes D4, Knight D3. Looks well. Black's fighting on. I mean, I still think white's better and all, but nowhere near decisive. And the resistance he's putting up. Good resistance.
He has to push some C5 at some point here, and to break along the. But okay, he didn't do it.
Well, the knight on D3 is really good, and there's no way to get rid of that. You want to play. You can't achieve F3 as white. Otherwise, you might and undermine the E4 pawn, which holds everything together. Because with the rooks, the way you place them on E7, F7, yeah, this is all kind of forced. You don't want to play B5 as white. You can't achieve C5 very easily. Also, if you play C5, you critically weaken D5. So he's playing on the only file that doesn't risk his current space advantage on the edge, and that's the G
Okay,
file.
but still with existing bishop on D4, with a G file, with a threats, with a rook J checkmate.
Well, we're seeing exactly. Well, we can just see exactly what happened.
Yeah, let's have a look
Knight
there.
E5. Rook F4. C5.
Yeah.
So Tomaszewski is playing all the moves he's supposed to play.
Yeah.
Black is trying to hold on. He finds rook here. And, well, normally you want to play maybe not rook G2 because rook F3 is coming or E3 might be coming. So Tomaszewski gives that up. But
we have position very close to be drawish. What do you think?
D6, rook F2, king up, rook here. Now any sort of variation where you trade everything off shouldn't be enough. A sample line here is rook takes C7, rook C7, D7, rook takes C5, king takes E4, rook takes E7, king takes E5, and then rook C. Black is even faster there or something. A lot of those are going to be, especially with outside pawns, there's just going to be one pawn for each side. Black will have maybe the H pawn, white will have the A pawn. Easy draw as you mentioned. So he plays rook E8, trying to maintain winning chances. And now black. Well, 2 rooks on the board to keep more chances as well. It's a lot easier to figure out. The king is not weak at all on H7 if there's only 1 rook on the board. C takes D6 looks forced to me, Mishko, because rook E7 is the threat. Right? Rook C7 can't be allowed.
Yeah, of course, but
so C takes D6.
He has to take.
C takes D6. And now he has to find another accurate move.
He's threatening some rook E7. But even if you play rook C6, I was thinking of it. Yeah.
This looks very unpleasant.
So maybe.
Well, let's take a look at this. Rook E6.
King E4. And now you have an umbrella. If you play king f7, I'll play king f5. I'm not gonna take the pawn.
Yeah.
So
Well,
pawn on e5 is going to
you
protect
can,
my
you,
king.
You can take the pawn as well if you wanted, right?
I can take the
Yeah,
pawn if
but
I
yeah,
like.
you're right. Like king if I works, but actually, yeah,
Umbrella.
this would be an example where white is temporarily down a pawn, but his position is winning.
Yeah,
Way
exactly.
better. So some tricks still. C takes d6, c takes d6, and now, what is the move
Maybe
for black?
rook c4. With the idea of playing rook to d4. If you play that move, I gotta take. I have nothing else to do, and play rook e8. And now, what are you going to do? I mean, I'm gonna get a pawn back.
You're gonna get the pawn back, but
King e4, rook e8.
no. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna play
Rook
rook
d1.
here.
Okay, rook e8. And now I'll play the king g6.
You'll play king g6.
King
move.
f6.
Okay.
King e6. No, h5. But yeah, this is...
Well, I could play h5 myself if we're gonna go for that. So king e6. Force.
I have to. I've got
Rook
nothing
here.
else. King f6 again.
Ooh.
Then king d5.
King d5.
Just go back a little bit.
No, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get into this sort of endgame. I'll go back to this position. We can't rush here. This is not a... It's all calculation.
Yeah,
all
I agree.
calculation. How does black hold this? If he doesn't have something in this move, I really suspect it's lost. Just rook e7. Too strong. Or the king just invades. King e4, king d5, king e6. Lights out.
Well, yeah.
Well, no, we have to fight. We have to fight just like he's sitting there across from Tomaszewski. Working.
So you played the rook. Okay. Let me just check it out. I don't see what am I supposed to do in this position. So rook e7 is such a strong threat. The king on h7 is cut off. You want to pick the pawn up on e4. Practically, it's difficult position for playing. At first glance, it looked to me I'm so close to draw.
Well, let's go through this variation one more time. No, rook g6 is too... No, rook g6 is too easy. Then rook, even g1 to... Rook here, rook e6 and rook g1 to g6. That's the best... Actually, white's also threatening maybe... rook e7 is a direct threat. But white can get a really nice setup by playing rook e6 and rook g1 to... And then just like collecting everything. He's threatening a mate with taking on h6, taking on g6 and playing rook h8. And he's defending the pawn perfectly. So even though you might take all the other pawns on the board. Okay, now this is
interesting position.
It's interesting, but also might just be lost.
Okay.
It also might just be lost.
This is exactly the point of the end games. They look so easy, but they are so hard.
I'm almost about to say that this looks bad.
Yeah.
Like losing.
Just have to make a short break because... Okay, we're just gonna make a short break.
We're gonna take a break, guys. See you soon.
I keep forgetting. Okay, guys, once again, we're back.
We are back, and the games are now heading into, time trouble or even the end game. And a game we checked up on earlier, Mamadjarov against Korzunski. Mamadjarov was playing quite well, grinding successfully. He did end up playing the line Miodrag suggested here. That started off a4, rook a7, hitting the pawn, a3, the only way to defend it. Queen d3, and now there's no way to defend the pawn. Now white's going to just be up a full pawn. Rook e8, and rook
b7, yeah.
Finesse.
That's a great move. Finesse, exactly.
The current situation here is he won a second pawn, and now it's completely lost with technique that Mamadjarov will surely show. I said completely lost. I rushed at 2 pawns. I usually assume as winning. H and F you have to be careful about. So I won't say completely lost unless there's a checkmate here.
But it is.
But it should be. It should be. No, even the rook end game is good because you have
rook,
the
queen
E and F.
e5. I don't see anything wrong with that end game.
Yeah, even with the queen. Yeah, with the queens off.
Queen e5, rook e5. Sorry for interrupting.
That's
then
going.
king comes to g3, defending the pawn. Start pushing the pawn.
And what's the ideal structure? I think the ideal structure might just be f3, e4, rook f5, h4, something like that.
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
f3.
Just like you said, it should be winning. Yeah,
It should be winning.
Yeah.
Said it
That's a
quickly.
correct assessment.
But this rook b7 move, I just want to go back because he was
Rook
winning a
b7.
pawn, but he ended up winning a pawn and retaining an initiative, which we didn't necessarily anticipate. So, why taking the pawn? White has a comfortable edge. Rook here. Now, if queen a5, what do you think he planned?
Well, he just wants to take control over the a1, h8 the diagonal. He wants to reach the h8 square to come up with some check there. Talking about the previous position.
Yeah, okay, it's moving quite quick. Okay, he plays f3.
He wants to secure his king.
Secure his king, and he has the idea of rook e5 check, rook e4.
Queen e3 doesn't work because of rook e5, yeah.
Mamadjarov's going to win this game.
Yeah, definitely. Let's
Definitely.
move to more interesting
A good
ones.
effort. A good
Good
game,
effort.
though. A very good first round game. Very clean. Let's check on Ding Liren.
That was a great game, seriously.
This was a hanging pawn position in the middle of the game. It's transitioned to 2 rooks against a queen, but this b pawn, this bishop on d4, this is utterly over.
Yeah,
There's no counterplay.
once again.
That bishop on b8 is not a happy camper. A variation you might see here is going to be rook f7, queen check.
No. Jet lag. Queen b8.
Jet lag, you're right. Jet lag. Because I think 3 strikes and you're out. That's how we play in baseball, and that was my 3rd strike. So I'm not going to speak anymore. But it's totally lost. Actually the game's already over, so that one doesn't count because I was analyzing a finished game. Ding Liren wins. He's got a lot of fans, so I assume some people are looking forward to some exciting games from him. Tomaszewski is going into this end game, and we found out something during the break. We're looking at this, and look, rook c1,
Rook
a tricky
C1,
improvement.
Deflection.
Rook c7, king g6, king
King
takes, king f6, h5, and I was like, the king and pawn end game is lost, which is true. But black is going to play active and use his king
Rook g8, yeah.
to go to e8 and use this rook to pick up white's other pawns.
Exactly. Activity in the rook end games.
Activity in the rook end game.
Such an important thing.
And black should hold this.
Do you think he's gonna find a rook g8?
Yeah. Yes. Because
What else he can do
What
there?
else? What else? He's not going to go into a dead lost king and pawn end game that a lot of people can recognize.
Yeah, you're right.
I think we could be seeing a draw, another draw for Oslo, if Lars Oskar Haag continues this playing this way. Vitsugov for St. Petersburg. Well, for those who don't know, he wrote a book on the French. He's playing against the French here. He definitely has some ideas for both colors. These end games, favorable for white.
Yeah.
Especially with h6 pawn. But question: if the rooks are off, what's the evaluation? Probably good.
Winning, because he can play king e3, king d4, king c5.
Can I play d4 right away as black? Does that change anything?
But yeah, it does.
But then you can
Yeah, I can play king c2,
a4,
a4.
and then maybe d4 and knight e1, knight d3 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually a3, and I can play king c3, king b4.
Ah, yeah, right.
So what was I asking? I was saying king f8. How do we evaluate this? Well, actually, let's say here, I want a king walk into the position. Let's say this
He's
move
got to do a4.
in a3 and to
But could he play d4 earlier?
who?
Black.
When?
I don't know. After rook c1, rook c1, rook c1, d4.
Well, that's the line that.
Yeah.
But
That's
now
what
here?
we should be checking. And now a4.
Ah, I missed that. I thought I could play king c3 after a3. So in this variation, it looks funny, but how do we get in? How do we get in?
Probably
Looks
you
alright.
have to set this pawns.
You have to put the pawns. And
Okay.
at some point, you're
You
going
know
to take
what?
on d4.
I'm going to take on d4
but
and
you
play.
need
But yeah.
You have to arrange that properly. But we have to consider something here. If we don't do that plan, what's black going to do? He can't play king e8, knight g5.
Ah,
So what I'm
right
going to do is
about
I'm going to
that.
walk this way.
To go
and-
where?
Well, what are you going to play? What's your move? King g8.
King g8. I'm just going to wait. I want to see your plan. This is an interesting endgame, and I like the d4 move.
Yeah, d4 is critical because what my plan is, okay, if I can, I'll king walk.
Of course, otherwise you're
d4.
just going to
But-
bring out your king to
But
d4.
actually, I can't even get my king geometrically into the position. The problem with this move is actually you could play this, I think. But let's say even you didn't do that. So king here, let's say you just play this. What's the plan?
I don't know what the plan is.
At some point you have to take on d4. But then we wish our king was back on the queen side.
And not to be under check if we... Oh yeah, you're right about it.
So knight f3. If king f8, I probably shouldn't be commentating because maybe a move like knight g5, king back, and d4 is just good.
Aha.
And then we're just going to play knight f3 and do the same thing without allowing
I like
this.
it, I like it, I
But
like it.
d4 is a move to watch out for. Vitugov, I don't suspect, will allow this counterplay. But yeah, I think the presence of the h6 pawn means this is a very good endgame for white. Because he'll always be faster in these races. That threat of winning the h7 pawn is going to keep black's king stuck to the king side, and then white can slowly but surely make progress on the queen side. And he's
Yeah.
going to challenge the c-file. So Vitugov, I think, is grinding endgame. Well, actually, the whole team is grinding endgames. Sorry, he's on a different team. He's on a different team than Tomaszewski. I got them confused. That's right. Tomaszewski is on a different team. Vitugov's on
Yeah.
St. Petersburg. That's
And
on Spiva.
Tomaszewski's for Siberia.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Any other interesting game?
Yes. So, report one. Did we go over that at all?
No, not at all. We didn't even check it out, but it was interesting game. Ooh, lots of tactics there.
Always a player people like to watch. And
Very...
for good reason. D4.
Yeah, different. He's playing the King's Indian with the opposite colors.
Yeah.
Actually, he's playing King's Indian.
White just is already worse, pretty
Yeah.
much. This d3 pawn, reverse king.
D4 was a nice move. Strategically, very nice move. And oh,
but
H5.
then that's his own flavor.
Yeah.
Because what you could do instead is castle, knight e8, knight d6. Typical King's Indian. way
And
of
to
playing.
play for F5 and B5.
F5 and
Typical
B5.
King's Indian,
But
exactly.
instead he plays h5, reports
Which is
Stu-
more likely his style of playing.
really, yeah. It's not a classical
Knight B3.
Wait,
I
knight
mean,
B3.
It looks...
knight b3. Looks
Looks
funny
ug-
because
looks ugly.
I'm taught to play b6.
Yeah,
and
exactly. I mean, what is this knight doing? Maybe
But-
want to put it back
No, no,
to
no,
rook
okay.
b1, knight a1, knight c2, a3, and b4.
Do
But
you
it's
think? Do you think he's being tricky, Michko, and playing this, or no?
But-
Bishop g4 is the problem.
yeah, bishop g4, and I can move my knight.
Yeah, bishop g4 is the issue. Well, then I just don't understand knight b3, and there's very few players I
Yeah.
can really say that about some moves.
But
Like,
yeah,
what? Why not?
I believe he got enough confused by the h5.
He confused his opponent with h5.
Yeah.
Just
That was very interesting reaction. I rarely see this kind of
oh,
reaction.
sorry, knight b3. So yeah, I got the players confused for a second. I thought Rapport played knight b3, and it confused me. He played he played queen d6 instead of b6, but h5 clearly confused them because knight b3 is just not a good move.
Mhm.
What would you do
But
here?
from another point of view,
a3 is standard.
he pretty got stuck here.
He's stuck.
I
yeah,
mean,
well, he
why?
didn't play. I mean, when you're playing Richard Rapport, he plays suspicious stuff sometimes, anyways.
Yeah,
Don't play a bad opening yourself because you're giving him a decent position, which he's willing to even take bad positions to play for the win. So this is not the right approach. This is absolutely not the right approach.
such a creative player he is, and just like you said, he's a guy who we all like to watch.
King h2, bishop f6, knight f3, g5. Well, white got.
H4 is a killing idea. Now it's very
F5
close
closing
to-
the position. I'm afraid.
Last hope. But yeah, exactly. He's opening up the king, and the king is just naked.
It's naked, and black is much faster. He's just going to attack for free. Yeah. This knight was so bad on b3. I mean, I can pinpoint it. This opening was horrible for white.
Yeah.
Check, king h2, bishop
Now
g5.
bishop is entering the game.
And if you trade out darks for bishops,
Oh, then
black
he's
is
gonna
doing,
get it.
Black is doing good anyways. But bishop b3 is nice because you not only want to trade out darks bishops, but you want to get that square on d4 for your knight.
Great game. Instructional one. I like it a
Instructional?
lot. I like it a lot.
And also very easy for
Yeah.
Richard. Too easy. These moves are second nature to him. Down upon here, open g file, open h file. Every single one of his pieces is better, except maybe the bishop on d7. The knight on f6 great. Knight on d4 is going to be great.
The only bad piece in black's position is the bishop on d7, but who cares about the bishop?
Don't trade queens when you're attacking.
Yeah, exactly. Now another piece. This is just a piece storm. Ah, yeah, exactly.
That's
Great game.
a
Great game.
gruesome finish, but something we expect quite often when watching a game.
I read some commentary like, what did you expect? He's like 400 points higher rated than this guy. Okay, but we had some high rated points
Oh, they're already and
and some draws
He
and
was
some
white.
really big upsets.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the guy was white, so doesn't have to mean anything. Still, Rapper did a great game.
this is from the same match that Grishuk against
Made a draw.
Getz. This is Siberia against Oslo, the number one seed against the underdog Norwegians, and
They're doing great.
they're doing great. They absolutely are doing great. And White here, unfortunately, is playing Li Chao. White's down a pawn, and for example, Rook G3 check,
But okay, this is
King H2, Knight here.
technically.
It's gonna be, yeah. This is close to technically lost for sure. The B2 pawn's weak, H3 is weak, and this knight on E4 is so centralized, and the king is as well placed. That, for example, okay, here what I'm looking at is move my king away. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh no, that variation's not bad. I was gonna say I blundered, but there is Rook E5 check.
But you can play King C4.
When?
No.
Yes, King C4. And I was looking at this Rook.
Rook E5.
Okay, there's some chances, but he is already down a pawn. Okay, what's the move here? I think the move I suggested makes sense.
Okay. Rook e5, but on rook e5 I can play rook to e3. Oh no, I can't. No, I can. Let me show you the line. Rook e3, bishop
Oh.
g5,
Wait a sec. Wait a sec.
bishop g5. Yeah.
Well, I don't have to play bishop g5 right away. I might make a
You
move,
wanna move your king?
but I can't move my king to the g file. Okay, let's show people.
Or rook
bishop
e2,
g5. Okay.
or rook e1. Ah no, I don't have it.
His idea, he wanted to play knight takes g5 and knight f3. check.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
But the
But
king is already on g2.
that's a blitz trick, but it didn't work out.
Actually, oh sorry, I was gonna say the rook endgame would be really nice. Nope. I'm making.
Maybe there's some mate there.
Well, what I do see is we can play this move, but this move concerns me, and also, of course, just here, because rook takes here, king here, and
He's going.
black's just messed up. So, rook f5.
Playing active.
Rook f5. What do we do? King c6,
A rook e5.
and then to play knight f2. But
The good thing for white is that all black pawns are in the dark squares, and he's got a dark square bishop, and these pawns could become targets afterwards.
yeah,
So this could be an interesting. This could be an interesting endgame. Okay, what has to keep playing active?
I mean rook f5 is almost looking like the only move.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we can conclude this this position. Rook f5. King d4. Rook takes the b5.
Maybe that could be you know.
But g5 is hanging too then permanently.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if black were to trade off, if black can win h3 and keep those two pawns, he can lose b5, no problem. But he has to win that in a clean fashion, and it's weird though. This is weird. The king is cut off, the knight's good, the king is good, the rook is good, and he's up a pawn. Check, king here. Rook takes. I mean, I'm getting ready to. I'm hoping king e3.
And if I play rook to b3,
No, you shouldn't play rook b3, right? That's what you're falling for. I'm just this variation.
I know. Aha, that's your plan. Okay.
And now, knight here
Bishop c5.
and king here.
Ah, you go for that trick. That was very cheap.
That's
I fell for it.
Knights are tricky in time trouble, and Li Chao's
Yeah.
definitely gonna try to win this. Okay, how's that line? Rook here, king here. Probably just rook.
A rook e5, yeah. Rook
Rook
f5.
Rook f5 and rook e5. I mean, you're risking something now once you lose the b pawn. If you lose any of your other pawns, then the bishop
Yeah.
becomes strong. Are we missing some technique here, though, Miodrag? I just don't believe somehow that white is okay here. I have a feeling we're missing something basic.
Some people are going to make fun of us if they're watching and analyzing this with the engines. But I don't see anything. King c6, rook e5, king d4, rook b5, king c4, rook e5. Probably there are some.
Well, we're saying probably. We should be able to see. There's
Hidden
not
points.
many pieces on them.
Yeah. There must be some.
Fine,
hidden
that's the
points here.
challenge, guys. Find the. Well, actually, no, it's my job. But how do we win this? King
Find
C-
it, and I'm gonna buy a chocolate.
I don't like chocolate.
Not to you, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you wouldn't buy me chocolate.
I'm gonna take you for a few drinks. Just to distress you.
Hmm.
Yeah. Rook e5. Did he play that move? Still nothing. Sebastian Mikhailov.
Well,
Oslo is putting up a good fight.
they are. Oslo.
Nikolai Getz drew against Grishchuk. Big upset on the first board.
These guys are scrappy. They're fighting. Oh, it says the game is over.
The game is over.
So
Now I'm completely out of my mind.
I'm sure I missed something, by the way.
Rook F5.
I'm sure I missed something.
King E6. Rook B5, Knight D2.
Oh,
Oh my. Yeah. Okay.
and I even found the idea, but I made it much harder.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
You mentioned it a couple of times in a way more difficult circumstances.
Oh man.
This is interesting.
Okay.
Okay, but at least you see it. This is a human's way of doing this commentary. And I hope you appreciate that.
Yes. Andrejkin won against Marko Baldov.
Ooh, I
Andrejkin
like
is a
it.
player I like, and I can tell you that he's checkmated me almost the same way on the internet before.
He made it in one of the most beautiful ways in one of the Blitz ICC tournaments.
Like so, knight g3 check. Ooh. Let's see how that happens.
I like this game. We have to check this game.
Okay, Andrejkin is.
So it was an improved version of the King's Indian.
Well, giving up your light squared bishop isn't necessarily.
He didn't even put the knight on f6 and wasting tempest.
And you know why? Because if h3 take bishop h6.
Exactly. Trading out the dark
Trading up the dark square bishops. He plays these systems frequently.
And then he's playing an improved King's Indian without the dark
And
square
he's doing
bishop.
it again. So a clever opening by Andrejkin where he just got a good King's Indian.
This could be an interesting opening for all streamers.
King's Indian, without committing the king to the king's side yet,
Yeah.
getting rid of your bad bishop, and your knights are all of a sudden perfectly placed to play g4. He got g4 in 14 moves.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a record or something? 14
Yeah, this
moves,
is-
King's Indian g4 attack. For those who are looking for a clever move order, maybe this is something to look into. I mean, his opponent here is 24-30.
Maybe I should repeat it once again just to check it out. How to reach this position. D4, yeah? Knight C3, E5, early
Okay.
E5. So
There's
the
a
best
few ways.
theoretical move is Knight F3 here.
Yeah,
Not to commit themselves with a D5.
and that's what he did.
Okay, and now D5 is the best move as far as I remember. As far as I remember, it's the D5.
Okay, yeah.
D5, and now wait. Now he's supposed to go with...
Do you really know this?
I knew this line. I really had some good results with it. But
Trade
I
off.
played against one IM like this. I won with white piece. But I forgot what did they do there. Okay, but it's not the same when you play against an IM and Andre.
Yes.
That's the only
Yes,
difference.
that's true.
I don't know. I don't remember what is white supposed to do here. You
Well, we should all be happy we weren't playing Andrejkin.
Absolutely.
it
Absolutely.
could have
I
been-
believe I would in White's place if I played this game. So he would be playing G4 in 14 moves against me as well.
G4 and 14 moves. What a record. Okay. G4. He got to attack for free
Such
with
a
a...
great King's Indian. Rook G8, Knight F7, Knight G5. Wow.
Throw in the towel here. He's got the open G file. He's going to castle queen side. Just like report, he has a free hand to attack here. Queen G4. Take. No time to play Knight B5. E4 is such a big weakness. White has a worse pawn structure. Slower. Oh.
This is why we like the first rounds. Once again, I have to repeat it, but
There's definitely a problem with the move order for black, but not everyone knows it, and definitely not us or his opponent. C5. Let's get back to this. King H1. Natural to get rid of all those knight F3 checks,
Knight
which was a
H5.
direct threat. Queen here.
Queen H4, threatening knight G4. Or knight H5.
Well, I'm trying
Or
to look at,
F3.
I'm trying to look at Queen F2 here, and I think the problem with Queen F2 is I just play Queen here.
Yeah.
And E4 is with tempo, and then knight G3 check. Or knight G4
And
is
also
a
I'm
knight here.
threatening knight E4, knight G3 with a
Yeah.
tempo. Yeah, this is bad.
It's
He
not-
needs F2 for his knight to defend it. Knight
Gets
F4
fed
out
up,
of desperation.
Out of desperation.
Okay.
Black
This is
violated, but this is a game. It's tricky to study because he's left his king in the center in an open position. It's a advanced. It's like
yeah.
this really works. This is an amazing game by black, but it's hard to replicate. Like to leave your king and the c file and knight b5, it all works because knight e4 overprotects d6 and threatens knight
Looks
g3.
like he was enjoying this game too much.
Look at this.
Knight
Look at this.
b5.
I'm gonna show this. The king is safe on g6 and knight
Hmm.
g3 check. Something.
This is nice one.
Something similar happened. King g6 anyways, on his own accord. King g1, because knight g3 check.
Yeah.
Rook here. Queen has to move.
Moving the lady.
f3, so just attacking.
Threatening knight H3 to take the queen. Discover check.
Every single move is gross. Check.
And now he's improving his king. King is going back to H8. Saying like, okay.
So, what happens here? Probably knight f6.
Yes, threatening knight H3, rook, F takes G2 mate.
Your king is in the way.
My king isn't, yeah. I don't have an excuse like jet lag. But king F7, what's wrong?
King f7's the move, huh? Well, the reason I thought it was risky was because of check. King here, and I mean, say I go
Knight G3.
Oh, okay. Oh, let's look at that. If this is what he was planning, this
Knight
is
G3, knight E2, and then winning the queen.
okay. But this is kind of scary, right? I mean, maybe this wins, but if this is,
No, but I'm playing knight G3 here.
it's. Oh, okay. No. So I didn't mean to leave King H1. I meant this.
Okay.
Like, for example, let's say here. This. I think we're missing something because look at this position.
Okay, now white really made some counter chances.
Well, this is. These guys have a lot of control in their chess. So, King G1, Rook here, and he starts checking. And I'm trying to wonder why couldn't he do it like a ladder and just go? Because after the next move, the king's in there and you're fine.
King
There's
is
no more
safe,
checks.
yeah.
So Queen D4 check. Queen
Then I see nothing else but the knight F6.
There's also Queen F6, but that's at least you're not getting checkmated in a brutal manner. Queen D4 check. By the way, you gave me a free tempo. You played King F7 instead of King F8. Although, same thing. It still looks scary. But
So what is he gonna do? He's gonna play Queen G4 and Rook C7. Those are white's threats here, and we just want to mate him in one move. Knight
okay,
H.
so knight
but-
F6. Knight F6. What were we saying here?
Mhm.
And just to play King H8.
Rook C7.
King H8. And now we are threatening knight H3, and that's the problem.
But now I can move my king to. But okay.
No,
I
you
mean,
can't. You can't move your.
Yeah,
king.
you're gonna take an.
So he's gonna put his king to H8 anyways. He would have had to throw this move in. He wouldn't have a knight G3, but should still be winning. Interesting.
It's
Oh, it shows. Okay. There we go. Okay. So
Do we have any more?
Yu Yang Yi winning for Alkaloid, right?
Yeah, on the fifth board with 27, 20, 25.
black side of a Catalan. Catalan's an
I
opener.
was
Yeah.
recently analyzing some games where white gives up the dark square bishop for the knight and white was doing good. Kramnik's games. But I guess this is not a case.
C5.
Because as soon as black manages to play c5, his game is good. That's basically the main idea by black here.
Yeah, but it's still hard to win these, right? That's the thing.
Technique.
Technique. So C5, the idea is, look, take, take, rook here. And we see the benefit of this A5 move, why it was played. So after knight here, A4.
Mm-hmm.
And as the position opens up, the bishops
Bishops are getting...
are going to give black an advantage, for sure. And, okay, give black an advantage, give these 2700s an advantage, and what we're seeing in almost every game is they're finishing. I mean, they're just converting close to 100% against guys of this rating class. FMs, IMs. So this is imbalanced, but it's going to generally favor the bishops. But he did this decision. Maybe this is where he goes into endgame very favorably. Bishop f3, bishop e takes f3, rook takes b5, f4. White has an easy to play position, good bishop, knight's going to e5, but he's down a pawn. So let's see what the technique was like. Because this position is, white has a very good blockade on d3. It's not that, it doesn't look that good for white at all.
But it doesn't look that easy for converting.
Doesn't look easy for converting, that's what I meant. Especially with the knight going to e5. So queen b8, first move. Knight here. Bishop d6.
Maybe that knight belonged to c4.
It did.
I mean,
it's
why
so
did
tempting to play? So tempting to play knight e5, knight c6. He tempted him. The queen on b8 is tempting him because then knight e5, knight c6 is with tempo.
I mean, but he overreacted there. He has to...
What do you think here? Bishop f3, king g2?
But okay, he's down a pawn. No. Yeah, he's down a pawn, so he just has to wait. To get killed,
Bishop
of
f3,
course.
king to wait to get killed.
Well, what is he supposed to do? I mean, to play... The knight on c4 is
By the
key
way,
piece for white here.
by the way, why can't we take the pawn on d4?
Probably bishop c5. Knight g4. And
that's nice.
everything goes very smooth, and afterwards
That's
he's
nice.
gonna play some rook takes b2 and
That's nice.
we'll be good.
Really, huh?
Yeah, no, knight g4, yeah. And now b2 is hanging. Okay.
Well, all I'm curious is if I can play queen c2, rook c1, and just hold and try to... Black has an initiative. but
Makes sense, makes sense.
I'm playing queen e2 next move. Queen takes d4. I'm pretty sure your idea is exactly what he was planning. The only thing that... No, I was going to say knight g4 first doesn't work because we can move our knight. Well, is that a poison pawn? I'll let people decide. He played knight e5 and he believed him after 3 minutes of thinking. And the knight goes to c6.
He's now breaking along the dark squares. Queen c6, yeah.
Okay, so the game got very tactical, but this h5, h4 made a lot of weaknesses, as you said.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how smooth that was actually, but he definitely emerged. It seemed like he was willing to give back the pawn for all these attacking chances. Like it was really like a bait, because this pawn is now really hanging. But once king h8, king h1 happens, I think black is very happy. g3 is going to be with check. The dark squares are weak, but I'm not sure if white was ever really that much worse objectively. It was more of a practical pressure, and that led to his demise here. I'm
Yeah, I agree. But if I had to choose the side, that definitely would be black's.
Well, black had the pawn, and instead of trying to convert that, he's giving the pawn back for serious activity.
Exactly.
And just hoping to beat his opponent there, which would have ended up working well. Let's see that final tactic. That's one part here. So we had some sort of variation here. Rook takes b2, knight takes a5, Rook takes here. Knight c4.
Mm-hmm. Queen c7.
Queen c7. The knight's
Yeah.
pinned because of the rook on c1.
The rook on c1 is hanging.
Queen takes d4.
And now
rook
just rook
takes.
takes g2, yeah.
Knight still pinned with check. King takes. Queen c6 check.
Yeah.
King here, and everything falls. And game over because knight e4 check after queen takes
Oh,
d6.
my.
But
Yeah.
I suspect white was in time trouble and he just totally lost
Collapsed.
control. He lost control of his position so much. And that often happens, though, with a move like h5. h5 is that sort of critical move.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Wing attack.
If white plays h4 here to stop h5,
Then
knight g4
forever.
forever.
Nobody won't be able to move that eternal knight.
But we both seem to agree the knight should be on c4 because
Yeah.
it
Absolutely.
ended up
That's the only defensive.
ended up b2 and all these things. So okay, a win for Alkaloid there. The biggest result of the day, by the way, highest rate of the game, was Van Forest against Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
Dutch
That-
champion against normally the top Ukrainian
That
player.
was one of the closest game.
Yes, it was. It was the closest.
26-15 against 27-15. 27-20. So basically, it's very, very close game.
He plays the Najdorf and knight b3, fashionable due to Mateusz Bartel, a player in this event. He had a few key wins, and now this is being essayed a lot more than it used to be, since almost nobody likes the Najdorf. Playing against the Najdorf, and we're always trying to find something new to confuse Najdorf players. G6, not a very theoretical reply, very easy to play.
Well, but makes sense. I
It
played
makes
the
sense.
dragon
It
because
totally makes sense.
you're not on b3
Dragon
doing
against
nothing.
knight on b3.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
So I just wasted, if I can say that I wasted my time for a6, but of course in the dragon I can use it for b5 and bishop b7,
He goes for the g4 variation. Bishop e3.
which is
This is a very normal setup for white,
very normal setup for both sides.
for both sides. Black has a good setup with his knights like that, not interfering with the bishop on b7.
Probably he's not gonna make castle afterwards.
The problem is, what's white's plan here? Once you commit f3, you have
Yeah,
this
exactly.
nice structure, but I don't know how to use I don't know how to make any advantage here. How to push. I mean, h4, g5
h4
is
g5.
is.
But what else?
But
Black
what
is gonna
else?
play rook c8, knight b6, knight d7, knight e5, knight c4, and mate.
Yeah, h4. Yeah, h4. Oh, okay, it'd be white's move. It's black's move here. Knight b6, h4, rook c8, g5 take, knight d7, and you can trade on the h file. There's nothing too crazy there. So it looks like black equalized. Rook c8, h4, knight b6. Exactly what we were just talking about.
Exactly what we
Knight d7.
spoke about. Exactly. Now, yeah.
And he castled.
He
Some
finally castled. Wow.
some understanding. If h5, g5, if g5, h5. So just closing the position down. Yeah, this is a game for me to check out. I don't play either of these positions too often. But black was willing to castle like this without
Okay.
his fianchetto bishop. King h7. Bishop d3. Knight
Time to
e5.
go with some really.
But black is starting to take over the attack. He has more pieces behind his attack. White only has pawns. But the problem with any of these pawn pushes is where I'm just going to ignore it, right?
Well,
That's,
do I
this
have
is-
a possibility to play even? No,
no,
an
no, this
f6,
is all-
e5.
This is all forced. And now take here. Is this how? This is
I just need my pawn on f6 and everything is
okay.
perfect. Can you play e5? If e5 doesn't work, then
I can. So heavy material, huh? But I see your point. If something like this,
I don't know. I'm just saying I have to go for something tricky. And bishop d3 now.
But I'm playing king g8.
You can
Rook
play king
f7.
g8 and you can move your knight because you're
Yeah.
you're defending the 7th rank.
Okay, I would probably actually just play here. Some comp.
Rook c on e8 and he's defending himself easily.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, no.
Uh-huh.
You probably still are with f5. Fortunately. Otherwise.
But I guess I don't have to play
Yeah.
like this with a black piece.
But my idea was just to have some compensation on the light squares. But the point is, yeah, there's pawns behind white's attack there. Black is using pieces and has better chances for a successful attack with
Absolutely.
that sort of strategy. So the inefficiency of his setup is shown there. Knight on b3, bishop going from e2 to d3, knight e5, h5, g5, closing it down, knight d5, knight c4. Oof. Queen here, probably preparing e6 and
E6,
queen
queen
f6.
f6, yeah.
But yeah, f4 is opening up the position, but it's also weak. The pawn on g4 is very vulnerable, and this is a serious outplay. Pretty much, he's just.
This reminds me on the Dragadorf variations.
Dragdorf.
Yeah, for those who don't know what is that, that's the dragon with a6, with or without bishop and g7. So
Finally, the break. d5, knight takes, rook takes.
taking by piece on d5. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to be left with that isolated pawn, and there's no meaningful checks against black's king. He can just go to g8 or h8. Otherwise, f3 is the weakest point in the game by far, and the c and the d file available to black's.
Probably
They're
queen
good.
f4, rook c4 now.
Queen f4, rook c4. Yeah. There's just no targets here.
Yeah.
The king side is locked down, and the queen side is not locked down. So black
This
has
is a school game for black.
Yep. And rook takes c2.
Oh, nice tactics.
So queen here, that was his idea. Tricky, very tricky. He's a very resourceful player. Just to show you, the game could easily be flipped in time trouble if he did not find this idea. You play a check like here, I move my king, and all of a sudden you might be able to get away with a move like queen e1 or something, but you could easily blunder in some sort of time trouble trying to defend this sort of idea.
Yeah.
Actually, queen e1 is just rook e2.
He's losing the
Yeah.
knight.
Yeah, so this just that rook c2 is a move he had to have seen beforehand, pretty much going into this, because Jordan baited this. Queen takes f3, queen h2, rook takes e2, rook takes e2, rook d1 check, king here, queen e4. Now, just to show that tactic, and it
You
just
have
wins
to
the pawn.
move your knight back, and then he's gonna do.
You have to move your knight back, but I could just take another pawn here. That would be game over. Hitting the
If you
queen.
want,
So
you have like wide range of possibilities in that position.
total domination. Up a pawn, all his pieces are better. Safer king, and g4 is about to fall.
Typically Ivanchuk. What do you think?
A nice game by Ivanchuk.
When he's in shape, of
A
course.
nice game by Ivanchuk, because he really, really found better squares for his pieces. He took longer to develop, but he found it. I've had a lot of games like this as white, where I'm the first one to castle, I'm the first one to push my h-pawn, but the fundamentals favor black, which
Yeah.
is why the Sicilian is amazing, that you can delay castling like that and conduct such a smooth counterattack.
This was a great game by Ivanchuk, and
King g7, resignation.
from all the games tonight, probably this was the biggest derby and the closest one, but it didn't turn out to be that way.
No. Don't know if he was in time trouble or not, but from the way the game looks, it was
Still,
very
he was-
smooth, very
got-
controlled.
Well,
I mean,
controlled,
you just
but-
get the impression that he just understood the position the entire time.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting from this. And it's like, well, if you give me this position, where did white go wrong? Because if we don't play h4, you and I were both like,
Yeah, I even
It's like the
considered
whole-
pawn on h6 at some point hanging.
whole-
But
the whole-
okay,
if you don't play bishop here, I mean, yeah, you play this, but
95, 94, and
95,
knight takes
94.
b2.
95, knight c4.
Or knight
Serious,
takes a3.
serious threat. And you don't normally play a move like knight d5 here, for various reasons.
I'm
me an
gonna
example.
take by bishop and play knight a5,
Yeah.
knight a4. Okay, but I can play still knight a5.
Where?
No, you're right. Okay.
No, I don't know. I'm just giving an example. Here, knight b6.
Yes. Well, I can maybe sack on c3.
You can. It's tempting. It's all tempting. Then I'll play queen b2 or something. Bishop c3, bc3, knight takes, queen. Oh, that's a check. Yeah. Good thing about an illegal move is it's not a blunder in classical chess, so that doesn't count. And then, but black's very fast here. Knight d5. There's also the. Well, why don't we go for something
Let's
basic?
go first. And knight b or knight b6. I'd go. If he wants, he can give up the bishop pair. Bishop take.
No, just play here. Huh? This looks silly for white though. I mean, I spent all this time pushing.
Probably
these pawns
he has
and
to
I'm not
play
using
some knight c6. But if that happens, I can play knight d5.
Knight c6, yeah, knight d5.
Knight d5, so it doesn't work.
Even that could just take the pawn, right?
It doesn't work.
I could just. d5 pawn is very weak, and because the pawn's on f3, you can't really reinforce it. So, I mean, the opening, he really just played the opening really well.
That was a great game by Black.
Very good game. Yeah, I agree. That's probably the.
And you see, White lately has so many troubles against the knight f. I don't know what is White supposed to do against the knight f, but Black is standing there really great.
So just to sum up some of the results, Mamedyarov won, Dingley Ren, Navarra, Rajabov, Vitsugov.
Tomaszewski's endgame.
Tomaszewski's endgame is a draw.
We've got a draw here. So he couldn't win that game. What was the opening? The h3.
By the way, what do you do here? You just push the pawn. You can't cut off the king. It's too late now, right? There's no rook.
It's too late. It's too
late. So
where is it too late?
Well, where
he's supposed to play the king g5 first.
That's what. Well, okay. So.
I mean,
g5.
he's not
check.
taking any risks.
Okay.
King g4.
Check.
King g3.
Oh, but wait a second. It's king.
He played h4
because you can't cut off the king anymore.
Yeah, but I think
because no, that's what I was just wondering.
But okay, this is draw. I mean,
so king g5 check, king g4 check, and you're gonna play rook b1 and rook b8, right?
Now he's gonna play king g5.
Yeah.
This is dead draw.
Impressive though, very impressive.
Another great game, another great upset.
This is Tomaszewski again.
This is Oslo once again. Norway is really improving.
I've seen these players. I've played in Norway a few times, and I think
so we've
Lars
got a
is
draw
18 or so. He's an
Christian.
IM. I've seen him play very well before.
Norwegian players are very, very motivated now and very inspired. Well, they have a good idol.
Vitsugov won. Oh man, he won shortly after we checked on the game. Take, knight here. Oh, he did play king f8.
Okay. A rook g4 he found.
Well, but that's because of a4, right?
That's because of a4, exactly.
Why wasn't king f8 played? Is there something better? Or
probably he would have to play d4, yeah.
Okay, because rook g4 we would find, but Black was never playing a4 on his own.
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't hard at all. This is just a total oversight. Oh, this is knight d4, knight c6, knight f8. No, but this is that. As I said, the pawn on h6 is just torture. This went downhill very quickly. So Vitsugov wins. Wang Hao won. Yakovenko drew. Getz drew against Grishuk. IM's drawing super GMs.
This is weird.
That gives anybody hope. I hope. I hope it gives you guys.
We still had some really great games today.
Optimism.
This gives us hope that we can still play some good chess.
In my opinion, most club players can potentially get to IM level. That's like, with a certain amount of work, that's within the realm for most serious chess players. And we're seeing here drawing super GMs. It's nice to see, but Najdich won, Leko won, Wenha won. Tomaszewski's probably going to draw. Besides that, all the favorites with white. Ooh, Kriveruchkru, one of my favorite players, drew Jan Lunden. Sounds like a Swedish name. That's a 430 point upset, and he played black. Very impressive.
Interesting.
Big result there, because it was 41 moves. It wasn't even like, it was like Kriveruchkru repeated. Kriveruchkru repeated here. Otherwise, 93, and you're getting some counterplay, or bishop takes c3, bishop d4 check. That's a nice feeling when.
Does it mean that black could have pushed that game to play on?
Well,
at the end, maybe king g6 or I don't know what.
King g6 f5.
Okay, king g8, rook a8, king h7.
Yeah.
And king h6.
No. Then bishop f4.
What do you mean bishop f4?
Okay,
not
first
with the pawn on
f5.
it.
First f.
F5. But then it's my turn. Bishop takes c3.
Wait a second.
King
Here,
h7, king h6.
I'm not sure. I mean, even rook c7.
Rook c7.
Knight here, right? That was my problem. Rook c7, 93. Okay, so let's look at that. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I have a feeling that he wouldn't make a draw just like that with a white piece. He's got like 4 pawns for a piece, and these pawns are connected.
What do you mean? He has to make a draw here. You're giving a variation for black.
I know, but I'm saying that white would have pushed this for a win if he had a chance.
But black didn't play king h7.
Well, that's the point, yeah.
But so if it gives black more chances and white more chances. Once you put the king to h6.
Yeah, exactly.
So Kriveruchkru was probably testing him, because black could have done it. But maybe you're right that it's good. Rook a7, king here, check, king here, rook here, here. Is there something very risky? Check.
Well, I have to go there. King h5.
h3.
h3, bishop takes c3. You gotta move your bishop now. Threatening g4. I don't. You tricked me.
I did.
I hate you, man. No, wait a sec. Can I play? No.
No, I mean, maybe here you have to do something like this. But that looks like close to a draw. Bishop f2 and rook check and knight f1.
Yeah, you're right about this.
But
okay,
it's interesting. Maybe
it's playable
in a
for both
situation,
sides. But okay, black should be happy with the draw. I mean, 400 points.
It looks like it was an interesting
Low
game
rated.
for this to happen, and it happened in a Karo-Kan advance. Kriveruchkru draws. As black, Grishuk gave up a draw. Wojtaszek drew 2,500, so that's very normal. Li Chao wins. Gelfand wins. Rapport wins. Andreykin, Yuyengi, Ivanchuk, Bushengzi, Malakov, Bakro, Rublevsky, Safarli wins for almost everyone. There were some draws, but they were almost all GMs against GMs. So with black, the guys, I don't consider.
Just for the Serbian supporters, can we just check the couple of Serbian guys, Ivanišević, Markuš, Perunović?
Yes, we can.
We're
gonna check Markuš.
Officially end this stream.
He beat Alexeyev, not the high-rated one.
Not the high-rated.
Not the high-rated one. Well, I shouldn't. He's still high-rated but not 2,600. Yeah. So he won.
That was a really good point. Okay, Markuš won, Perunović and Ivanišević. There are a couple of Serbian teams in this competition, but okay, this one is...
Vukovic won.
You mean Vučković?
Vučković.
Yeah.
Vučković. Ivanišević won.
With some nice tactics there.
The Taimanov.
With his favorite
the Serbian
opening.
Taimanov.
Everybody in Serbia, everybody plays Taimanov.
The Serbian Taimanov. He beat me with it as well a few years back, so I felt the wrath.
Okay, but this is control of the dark squares.
This is too easy. Too easy,
Yeah,
huh? Knight
this is control
g6
of the dark square.
and total dark square control. And no attack for white. White's castled, but he's just made himself available for weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely.
For inviting black to
yeah,
jump
okay,
in.
this was
Easy
fairly
game.
easy game by black.
Although it went to 50 moves, it was an easy game. Is Borky on this team as well?
No, Borky's playing for Yelit.
Okay. Your cousin Milos won.
Milos
Oh, they got
won.
pared down a lot. 1900.
1900. Okay, this is.
Even you might win, huh?
I believe
You guys could
hardly.
switch- you guys
I
could
believe
switch. You could switch with your cousin. and
barely,
they might
but
not recognize.
I did something there.
They could. They might not know. Hanging pawns.
Hanging pawns. We have these lessons all the time. And just one more Serbian guy. It's the most talented Serbian kid. It's Zajic. He was playing on one of the last board. One of the last.
What color
boards.
was he? He was white.
He's 2500.
Maybe his game is every game broadcasted, by the way.
I don't know.
I don't see his game here. Indic won against
Injic
strong
won. Okay,
player.
he's playing for Itaka. So Vučković won. Injic won. Okay, that team won.
Serbians doing well.
Well, that's a good thing. Although it's still a first round, so we'll be having much more interesting games tomorrow. But we had enough of excitement tonight. Some very nice games.
This game ongoing, but Grachev playing black. He's on one of the top teams. I think Moscow, Legacy. That's just winning.
Yeah.
I'm checking the last few games. Karulin here should be winning as black.
But is it winning?
Yeah, right. This is just two pawns.
Yeah, connected ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should be.
You can play after g4 with bishop to h4 pawn and
Yeah.
bring the king. Winning there. Are there any upsets like somebody actually lost? I want to find that. I want to go upset hunting. Unfortunately. Wow. I don't see an
All
upset.
favorites won. Well, we
There's
had
draws. There's draws. Oh no, never mind.
we had enough
Never
of
mind.
excitement for one night, and actually for one day for the first round. We had some really nice games. We had some surprising results.
One other game I want to point out.
Okay.
Another veteran, Gelfand, the second highest rated match of the day. Gelfand beat the
Nijboer.
solid Dutch Grandmaster Nijboer. And it was...
And another Nighter,
And
and
Nighter.
another win with the black pieces.
Yes. So
This opening
Ivanchuk
is-
and Gelfand.
Eric, do you want to start playing Nighter?
I do sometimes.
You do?
I do, yeah.
I guess I'm
not
the worst
well.
Nighter of players, you know, because I played it 2 times. Once I lost, once I drew.
My results were fine, but I'm not really good at it. I just sometimes win bad positions. But here, so Gelfand, that's a good start for the veterans. Kramnik was rested today, correct?
Yes, Kramnik
And
didn't play today.
Maxime and Aronian were both rested.
Aronian also didn't play, and Vashela Grav, he also didn't take the part in today's rounds. But I guess most of these guys are going to play tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow
So-
for sure.
So we're going to have some really
Without a
good
doubt.
games, and you'll be able to watch Kramnik at his peak rating, 28-10. Vashela Grav, 3rd player in the world, according to Fidelist. So there will be, and Aronian, of course. Aronian is just one of the top world players. Okay, guys, I hope you're satisfied with our first days and the commentating. I hope you enjoyed both Eric Hansen from Canada and myself. Sorry for technical issues and problems in the beginning of the stream. Eric,
Just stay tuned for tomorrow. There's a lot of big matchups. Tomorrow is already got teams full of GMs playing each other, and we're expecting to see the three big guns who are Restite, Aronian, Kramnik, Sheila Graf, all in action tomorrow, playing for their clubs.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. What time? 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Serbian time or European Central Time.
And what website? EuroClubCup2016.com. Also, it's on YouTube. Euro Club Cup.
Okay. Have a good time.